Chapter 2171. Yi Xian had accepted 2 missions at the same time. Now that he had completed the first mission, it was time for him to complete the second one. Although Lingbo Lake was called a lake, its surface area was extremely large. It far exceeded the scope of a normal lake. Actually, there was nothing worth paying attention to at Lingbo Lake all this time. However, a few years ago, a large number of fish living in the lake had mutated. The fish in the realm of the gods all possessed a certain level of intelligence. The reason they were cultivating here was, of course, to cultivate a godhead. However, for some reason, the fish in Lingbo Lake continued to mutate into demon gods. Moreover, it was not through conventional cultivation. Instead, it was through a mysterious force that forcefully raised them. Yi Xian had come alone this time. He did not have any helpers by his side. Moreover, there was no one around Lingbo Lake. It was impossible to say that there was no danger. However, Yi Xian would not give up. Since he had accepted the mission, he naturally had to complete it. Yi Xian circled around Lingbo Lake, but did not find anything out of the ordinary. Could it be that there is nothing noteworthy here? That shouldn't be the case. Since the training camp has issued a mission, there must be something strange. Only then would the training camp issue a mission. Then where is the problem? Yi Xian frowned slightly. System, can you scan the surrounding environment? Yi Xian suddenly asked the system. After all, there were some things that Yi Xian could not do, but that did not mean that the system could not do either. Ding! System notification. Scanning environment. Ding! System notification. Hidden restriction detected. Does the host wish to remove it? There was a restriction? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. To be honest, he had not found any traces of a restriction. The surroundings did not seem to be anything special. He did not expect that there would be a restriction here. What an ingenious concealment method. It actually managed to hide from Yi Xian's detection. Unfortunately, even so, it could not escape the system's scan. Of course, it's easy to break. Yi Xian said to the system. His mission this time was to investigate the Lingbo Lake. Now that he had discovered something unusual, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Ding! System notification. Seal broken successfully. In an instant, a strange little bridge appeared in front of Yi Xian. This small bridge was clearly connected to the center of the Lingbo Lake. It was strange because the bridge was made of plants that lived in the water. Something was off. This time, Yi Xian didn't need anyone to tell him that something was amiss. Without hesitation, Yi Xian stepped onto the bridge. The bridge wasn't too far away. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at a small island. There was actually a small island hidden on Lingbo Lake. To be honest, let alone Yi Xian, even in Emoshang's training camp, no one knew. However, when Yi Xian saw the residents on the island clearly, he was slightly taken aback. Mere people? Mere people weren't considered rare. No matter what kind of creature they were, even if they were plants, as long as they cultivated diligently, they would have the chance to transform into humans. Therefore, there was nothing strange about the mere people. However, what Yi Xian found strange was that there were actually quite a few strong individuals among the mere people. The strongest one had even reached the level of a mid-level true god. Of course, the strangest thing was the behavior of these mere people. It was as if they were being controlled by a mysterious power. There wasn't the slightest hint of joy in them. All that was left was a lifeless atmosphere. All of the mere people were doing their own things. Their most important task now was to build an altar. Although Yi Xian was quite far away, he was still able to clearly see the appearance of the altar. After all, the altar was too huge. On top of the altar was a statue of a divine beast. However, there was something special about this statue. Its face was that of a human face. A beast with a human face? Yi Xian was puzzled. He didn't understand what was going on here and what kind of secret was hidden here. It seemed that everything that Yi Xian had seen so far had nothing to do with his mission. However, Yi Xian's keen senses told him that he needed to investigate this place carefully. He was afraid that this human-faced beast had extraordinary abilities and was also hiding a huge secret. Who's there? Suddenly, Yi Xian heard human voices. When Yi Xian looked over, he realized that there were already a dozen strong merpeople rushing towards Yishen. These merpeople were emitting black flames all over their bodies. Just based on their appearance, Yishen knew that this might be where the secret he was looking for was. Here, there were demonized mermaids, and there was a large number of them. No one would believe that there was no secret here. Yishen didn't want to get into a conflict with these merpeople. After all, once a conflict broke out, Yishen would be in constant trouble. When that happened, he might not even be able to keep his life, let alone find out more information. However, these demonized merpeople were Yishen's target after all. Therefore, this battle was simply unavoidable. They were all merpeople, but it was obvious that the demonized merpeople no longer treated other merpeople as their own kind. They were unscrupulously suppressing their own kind. All of this was extremely strange. Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant. In an instant, Yishen also made his move. The Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant was summoned. However, before he could summon his god-grade mount, a powerful aura swept over him. The aura was so powerful that even Yishen felt his hair stand on end. Retreat. Yishen didn't hesitate and immediately retreated. However, the Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant rushed forward instead. Boom! Suppression. This was definitely suppression. Even without summoning a divine mount, the strength of the Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant was not to be trifled with. Unexpectedly, the Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant was immediately suppressed and killed as soon as it appeared. So strong. Just a moment ago, Yishen was still thinking about how to investigate this place. However, in the next moment, Yishen's only thought was to escape. Too strong. That aura was too strong. Could be said that it was a powerful existence that Yishen had never seen before. Yishen frantically retreated along the small bridge. Behind him, a group of demonized merpeople chased after him. Yishen didn't even dare to look back. Run. He fled frantically. He didn't expect to encounter such a powerful existence on Yishen's first mission. Could be said that it was Yishen. If it had been anyone else carrying out this mission, they would have died without a doubt unless they were super strong. Yishen fled for his life because he knew very well that if he didn't leave, he might not be able to escape. Chapter 2172. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. Yishen could tell from their indignant gazes that they really wanted to kill Yishen. They were afraid that the situation here would be exposed. Unfortunately, they couldn't leave the island. Yishen didn't dare delay. He quickly returned to the training camp and looked for Lu Luo. Yishen, why are you looking for me? Lu Luo was also surprised. Although Yishen was his subordinate, he basically ignored him. Apart from the annual assessment, Yishen basically didn't even talk to him. However, he didn't expect Yishen to take the initiative to look for him this time. Yishen looked at Lu Luo. In the training camp, Lu Luo was one of the people Yishen was more familiar with. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly said, "Senior, do you know about the normal difficulty mission at Lingbo Lake?" News of Yishen accepting a mission had already spread in the training camp, especially the people from the First Division. They couldn't understand why Yishen would accept a mission. Naturally, there were endless discussions. Now that Yishen was asking him about Lingbo Lake, it seemed like Yishen really did accept a mission. "Yes, I know. What's the matter? Is there a problem with Lingbo Lake?" Lu Luo asked Yishen. "Senior, I'm afraid something big is going to happen at Lingbo Lake. I accepted a mission this time and went to check on Lingbo Lake. However, I found a seal there. After breaking it, I found a mysterious island. There are a large group of merfolk living on that island. The merfolk aren't the key. The key is that all the merfolk have demonized. Moreover, there's a super powerhouse guarding the island." "Wait a minute, Yishen. Did you say merfolk and merfolk? What's going on? What's the difference?" Lu Luo interrupted Yishen, but the point of his question was rather strange. "I'm not too sure about the specifics. To put it simply, there are two different races up there. Of course, it's also possible that there are two branches of the same race. Senior, that's not the point. The point is that the monsters up there have been demonized." Demonization. Lu Luo frowned. The term demonized was not unfamiliar, but in the god realm, encountering demonized creatures or people was very rare. There were many fiend celestials, but there was a fundamental difference between demonization and fiend celestials. Demon gods were either cultivated in a different way, or they were cultivated by the demon race. However, demonization referred to people and monsters whose hearts and appearances had undergone a huge change. Cruel, bloody, violent, merciless. This kind of thing couldn't be called a human, but a beast. Alright, Yishen, I got it. You rest first. I'll report this matter immediately. Lu Luo did not doubt Yi Xian's words at all. With Yi Xian's status, there was no need for him to lie. Therefore, Lu Luo quickly found the higher-ups of the training camp. This matter seemed to have suddenly disrupted the rhythm of the entire training camp, as well as Yi Xian's life. The appearance of these demonized monsters was inexplicable. It could be said that without Yi Xian's discovery, it wouldn't have caused so much trouble at all. In fact, Yi Xian wasn't the only one who had investigated the Lingbo Lake mission. Many others had. Moreover, even during normal times, some people would go there. However, no one had discovered the slightest abnormality. That was because the restriction there was too strong. Could be said that if Yi Xian hadn't gone there, this secret might have been difficult to discover. At this moment, after the appearance of the demonized monster, even the battle between Ling Xuanga and the Dark Knight Empire had subconsciously slowed down. Demonizing a monster was a big deal. In the hundreds of territories of MO, there had never been such a thing. In fact, what people knew about demonized monsters came from legends. It was said that there were countless other Master God's worlds outside of their Master God's world. Among them, the Master God closest to their Master God's world was a demon god. The battle between the two Master Gods had never stopped. However, the battle usually broke out in the secret realm of battle. It was an independent battle space opened up by the two Master Gods. It was also the only point of contact between the two Master Gods' worlds. QWPM, the God's world, was an incomparably huge continent. However, this continent wasn't complete. On the continent, there were countless voids. It was said that these voids were all destroyed by battles in ancient times. These voids could be considered as hopeless. Unless one was a super strong Master God, anyone else who entered would only die. This was because they contained extremely violent natural laws. Once one entered, one would be instantly killed. These voids had undoubtedly become the best natural borders. In this way, the areas where the two Master Gods' worlds touched were naturally very important. The battle between the Master God where Yi Xian and the others were and the Demon God Master God were all concentrated on one battlefield. In other words, there shouldn't be any demonized creatures inside. Could it be that there was some huge conspiracy happening? The entire Emoshang training camp had already started moving. Not only Emoshang training camp, but various forces, including Ling Xian Court, had also sent out their own experts. They were prepared to set off together to find out what was going on. As Yi Xian was the first person to scout out the news, he was also asked to join the team. Yi Xian didn't mind this. In fact, even if Yi Xian wasn't asked to join, he would have taken the initiative to join. Last time, Yi Xian had escaped with great difficulty. No matter what, this time he had to find some trouble with those demonized creatures. The team gathered 5 days later, which could be said to be extremely fast. Yi Xian and 30 over heavenly gods set off as the vanguard under the leadership of an inferior grade 3 spiritual god. Pavilion Protector Elder. Is this the place you were talking about? This spiritual god was from Ling Xian Court, so he was very polite to Yi Xian. Yes, this is the place. Yi Xian answered affirmatively. After receiving Yi Xian's affirmation, everyone quickly became alert and looked around. However, they couldn't find anything. Even the inferior grade spiritual god was no exception. Pavilion Protector Elder, there's nothing here. Did you remember the wrong location? If I said this is the place, then it can't be wrong. There's a restriction here. Didn't you notice it? Restriction? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't feel the slightest fluctuation of the restriction. Generally speaking, any restriction would have a slight fluctuation. One didn't even need to come into contact with the restriction to feel it. Of course, according to the level of restriction, the strength of the fluctuation wasn't certain. At this moment, when they heard Yi Xian say that there was a restriction here, everyone paid close attention. Many people even took out Dharma treasures to check the restriction. Chapter 2173. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. However, there was nothing wrong with this place. There was nothing at all. They did not notice anything strange. Yi Xian was surprised by this. However, now was not the time to argue about this. System. Break the restriction here. Ding. Restriction successfully broken. In everyone's eyes, Yi Xian had just walked to a corner and stood there in a daze for a while. Then he stretched out his hand and waved it casually. In an instant, a bridge made of seaweed appeared in front of them. There really is a restriction here. Everyone's gaze on Yi Xian changed. Yi Xian was able to discover this restriction and break it, but they weren't able to. What did this mean? Didn't this mean that Yi Xian was a restriction master? In an instant, everyone was even more terrified of Yi Xian's mysteriousness. Yes, it was terrifying. Who exactly was Yi Xian? Why were there so many mysterious things around him? Of course, now was not the time to talk about this. After Yi Xian broke the restriction, everyone stopped hesitating and walked forward. However, just as Yi Xian was about to pass by, he heard the spiritual deity speak. Pavilion Protector Elder, please wait here for a moment. Since this restriction recovered after you left last time, it's very likely that this restriction has the ability to repair itself. In order to prevent the people behind from finding this small bridge, please stay and lead the way for the others. It could be said that the spiritual deity's cultivation level was much higher than Yi Xian's. However, Yi Xian's status was much higher than his. Naturally, he could only treat Yi Xian as an equal. Yi Xian nodded. The spiritual deity's words were reasonable. Thus, Yi Xian did not follow them. The rest of the group was only half a day late. Yi Xian did not know what they were doing during this time. Of course, Yi Xian was too lazy to care. Fortunately, the barrier hadn't been repaired yet. Thus, the crowd continued to walk forward together. However, what Yi Xian did not expect was that when they entered, they only saw a few broken corpses. The dozens of people in the vanguard group were all dead. No, there was still one person who was fighting. It was the inferior spiritual deity. Quick, save him. In an instant, several experts rushed over and fought with the demonized mermaids. Soon, the inferior spiritual deity was saved. What's going on? Someone quickly asked the inferior spiritual deity. The inferior spiritual deity looked at everyone and then said, "This is probably a place. When I led the vanguard group, I heard a voice that said that it had been waiting for us." "What do you mean? Speak clearly. What is this?" "I don't know what it means either. I only know that the voice said that it had been waiting for us for a long time. Then those mermaids started to attack us crazily. Although the average strength of these demonized monsters is not very strong, they have some special magical abilities. Among them, the thing that you have to pay attention to the most is that these demonized monsters can be resurrected indefinitely." "What? Resurrected indefinitely?" This time everyone, including Yi Xian, was stunned. Resurrection. There were indeed some people who had such a special magical ability. But resurrecting indefinitely? What was this? Let's not care about this for now. Kill. We must find out the secret of this place first. Everyone did not hesitate and directly charged forward. Yi Xian was about to charge forward, but the inferior spiritual deity of Ling Xian Court suddenly stopped Yi Xian. "What do you want?" Yi Xian looked at the inferior spiritual deity, not knowing what he wanted to do. "Pavilion Guardian Elder, leave this place quickly. Don't hesitate and leave immediately. This place is not something we can provoke. Furthermore, a pair of eyes have been watching us. Therefore, I can only ask everyone to charge forward together. However, the others can die, but you can't." What did he mean? Yi Xian was somewhat unable to react. This fellow's words did not explain clearly what had happened. He only asked Yi Xian to leave quickly. It was not impossible to ask Yi Xian to leave, but he should at least make things clear. However, the inferior spiritual deity did not continue speaking. Instead, he suddenly struck out at Yi Xian with his palm. Of course, he did not want to hurt Yi Xian. In fact, his palm directly pushed Yi Xian away at an extremely fast speed. What are you trying to do? Yi Xian looked at that person as his figure flew backward, but he still continued to ask. However, a giant black hand that suddenly appeared answered Yi Xian's question. That hand had stretched out from under the island. As soon as it appeared, it locked onto Yi Xian, who was about to leave. Damn it! What the hell was this? Yi Xian was shocked. The current situation had already exceeded his expectations. He had been sent flying the first time he had come here. He had to escape the second time he had come here. What the hell was this? Damn it! Damn it! This feeling made Yi Xian very unhappy. The inferior spirit god suddenly jumped up and used all of his strength to block the attack for Yi Xian, as he loudly shouted, "Don't worry." He shouted, "Leave quickly." Yi Xian did not know why this fellow had done this. However, when he left and looked at the island for the last time, he already knew that he was the only one who would be able to escape this time. Yi Xian's last glance caused his heart to tremble in fear, to the point of incomparable panic. Then what exactly did Yi Xian see? Turned out that the last thing Yi Xian saw was numerous extremely enormous black hands. These enormous hands were unimaginably strong, and they could casually grab a person. It could be said that no one in the heavenly god realm could resist them. However, merely 5 domain enlightened spirit gods had come this time. Obviously, they weren't of any use at all. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? What exactly happened? Yi Xian was extremely astounded in his heart. He didn't hesitate to return directly to the training camp. At this moment, everyone in the training camp wasn't too worried about exploring Overwave Lake at all. Perhaps it could be said that this was a battle that they had absolute confidence in. However, when they saw Yi Xian return with a panicked expression, they clearly revealed different expressions. The pavilion master of Towering Pavilion walked swiftly over to Yi Xian. Actually, if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of those devilized monsters, then perhaps he wouldn't be willing to meet Yi Xian at all. Grandmaster Yi, what happened? Why have you returned alone? Where are the others? He addressed Yi Xian as Grandmaster Yi. This was naturally for the sake of concealing Yi Xian's identity. They won't be able to return. Yi Xian spoke while looking at everyone present here. The Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm. Chapter 2174. Wait a minute, Yi Xian. You said they won't be coming back. What's going on? The one who spoke was the camp commander of Emoshang Training Camp, a mysterious guy. Of course, it was a little difficult to call him a camp commander, so everyone respectfully called him Venerable Wu Yu. Lingbo Lake is a trap. I don't know what secrets there are inside, but everyone who went there is trapped. It's almost impossible to get them back. Yi Xian replied. However, Yi Xian's words attracted criticism. Kid, what did you say? You said my brother and the others won't be coming back? You better explain yourself. You were the one who brought the news back, and you're the only one who came back. You have to explain yourself. This time, the person who spoke belonged to a faction called the 100 Buildings. It was considered a mid-tier faction in the 100 territories of Emoshang. Yi Xian frowned. This person's words were obviously filled with suspicion. It could even be said that this person directly pointed to Yi Xian as the person who planned this conspiracy. The 100 Buildings were on good terms with the Anya Empire, so it was reasonable that they didn't like Yi Xian. However, wasn't it too much to suspect Yi Xian at this time? In an instant, Yi Xian only felt his anger rising. He glared at that person. However, someone jumped out before Yi Xian. This person was Master Moonless. Tower Master 100 Buildings, what did you say? Are you suspecting Master Yi? Haha, I suspect him. Is he not worthy of suspicion? Alright, let me ask you. Why was he the only one who discovered the secret of Lingbo Lake? So many of us went there before, but why didn't anyone discover it? Now, he's the one who brought everyone there, but no one came back. What do you think is going on? As soon as this was said, someone immediately agreed. That's right. This Yi Xian is only a mid-tier celestial god. Among the people we sent, most of them have higher cultivation than him. Why is he the only one who came back? Where are the others? If there's really any danger, why can't the others escape if this kid can? After all, there are 5 domain enlightened spirit gods in the group. Could it be that this kid is even more formidable than domain enlightened spirit gods? What did you say? Yi Xian's heart was already burning with anger. Although these people were very strong, Yi Xian really wanted to kill them right now. The feeling of being wronged was really uncomfortable. Not to mention that Yi Xian was only able to escape this time because that domain enlightened spirit god from Ling Shen court had risked his life to save him. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you, kid. Don't tell me that you shouldn't be suspected? Humph, and your Ling Shen pavilion. I suspect that your Ling Shen pavilion is colluding with this kid, deliberately trying to exhaust everyone's strength. These words were getting more and more ridiculous. Yi Xian gripped the Godslayer tightly. However, the pavilion master of Ling Shen court arrived by Yi Xian's side and shook his head lightly at Yi Xian. Could be said that no one believed Yi Xian, but the members of Ling Shen court would absolutely not doubt Yi Xian. Even if the pavilion master of Ling Shen court didn't fully acknowledge Yi Xian's identity. Kill him. Suddenly, a voice resounded. They actually wanted to kill Yi Xian. Yi Xian was infuriated. But what could he do? Not to mention that he was utterly unable to defeat these people. Just how was he supposed to explain this matter? Actually, it really was Yi Xian who'd noticed something unusual, and then it was Yi Xian who'd returned by himself. Especially the members of Emoshang's training camp. At this moment, their gazes were clearly hostile. Even Lu Luo had an extremely complicated expression in his eyes. All of you are suspecting me? When Yi Xian saw the look in Lu Luo's eyes, he felt a sense of desolation in his heart. In any case, he'd been in this training camp for a period of time. However, even the people in the training camp weren't willing to believe him. How could Yi Xian feel about this? You want to kill Yi Xian? Then you'll have to step over my dead body first. Even though Ling Shen court wasn't willing to fully obey Yi Xian's orders, the pavilion master still stood by Yi Xian without hesitation when Yi Xian was in trouble. For a moment, the entire place fell silent. A portion of the people remained neutral, because they couldn't make a decision before the matter was clarified. Another portion of people really wanted to kill Yi Xian, but they couldn't help but be wary of the pavilion master of Ling Shen court. All right, quiet down. Give me some face. This matter still needs to be investigated. It won't be too late to make a decision after the matter is clarified. Venerable Misty Voice stood up. No matter what, Yi Xian was now considered one of his people, and this was his territory. Therefore, he couldn't ignore this matter. Humph, what's wrong? Does Emoshang's training camp also want to stand with this kid? Someone jumped out. Yi Xian didn't know any of these people, but he didn't understand why these people wanted to kill him. What good would killing Yi Xian do for them? Or could it be that they purely wanted to use Yi Xian to vent the depression and anger in their hearts? Venerable Misty Voice frowned. This person's words could be said to be too much, and it made Venerable Misty Voice quite angry. However, at this moment, a voice came from afar. Reporting, seniors. Someone has returned. Someone had returned. Yi Xian finally relaxed a little, and the others looked at each other. However, they didn't hesitate and quickly walked out. When Yi Xian saw that person, he was simply terrified. At this moment, that person's entire body was emitting black qi, and one of his hands and legs had actually been demonized. Moreover, his eyes revealed a trace of madness. Fortunately, his divine sense was still clear. Quickly retreat. That thing has revived. As soon as he finished speaking, the domain enlightened spirit god fell unconscious. Second brother, the pavilion master of 100 pavilions charged over. It turned out that this person was his younger brother. QWPM, that person's words instantly cleared Yi Xian of suspicion. However, no one paid any attention to Yi Xian at all. In their eyes, Yi Xian was just an ant. Even if it was a misunderstanding, could it be that they had to apologize? That thing? What thing? Yi Xian was puzzled. However, someone dispelled Yi Xian's doubts. How could this be possible? Isn't he already dead? At that time, we attacked with all our strength and even spent an entire 100 years to refine him. Why would he revive? Moreover, he even appeared at Overwave Lake? This is impossible. That thing was destroyed a long time ago. Why would he revive? This is impossible. Chapter 2175. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Ancient Sword Intent? What was that? Yi Xian frowned once again. Fortunately, Master Moonless came to Yi Xian's side and explained softly to Yi Xian. Grandmaster Yi, you might not know this, but the ancient sword intent was originally a remnant sword intent from a mysterious ancient sword. Couldn't even be considered a weapon spirit. However, after countless years of cultivation, it actually obtained an incomplete godhead, and its strength was incomparably powerful. This sword first appeared in Mo's 100 territories about 500,000 years ago. At that time, no one knew how terrifying it was. They thought it was a treasure and attracted many forces to fight over it. However, after everyone fought a bloody battle, the ancient sword killed thousands of people and broke out of the encirclement. Then, it destroyed dozens of cities and nearly 10 million people died. After that, everyone in Mo's 100 territories gathered all their forces and destroyed it after a bloody battle. Could be said that it was a disaster, a terrifying disaster. This is also the main reason why, under normal circumstances, no one would search for ancient treasures. No one knows what kind of changes an ancient item will cause, so that's how it was. Who would have thought that a mere strand of ancient sword intent would cause such trouble? After hundreds of thousands of years, it actually appeared again and brought about such panic the moment it appeared. Could be said that this incident appeared very suddenly. However, it was extremely fortunate to be able to discover it in advance. If the powerful ancient sword intent that could dominate the entire Mo's 100 territories succeeded in his plan, Mo's 100 territories would probably experience another catastrophe. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was thinking about the problem, the system's voice sounded. Ding! System notice. Congratulations to the host for discovering a special item, Ancient Sword Intent. This item is a super treasure that can upgrade the host's bloodline. It is recommended that the host take it. What? It's actually a good item that can upgrade my bloodline? However, is it certain that I have a way to subdue such an awesome item? Yi Xian was depressed. It was impossible for him to not be able to obtain a treasure that was useful to him after discovering it with great difficulty. Yi Xian could not accept such an outcome. No, he had to find a way to strengthen himself. Suddenly, Yi Xian's gaze turned towards the pavilion master of Ling Xian Court. It seemed that there were many good things in Ling Xian Court. However, Yi Xian had not completely subdued Ling Xian Court yet. It seemed that he would have to pay a price in exchange for the benefits he wanted. Pavilion Master Ling Xian, is it convenient to find a place to talk? Yi Xian said to the Pavilion Master of Ling Xian Pavilion. Ling Xian Pavilion's Pavilion Master's heart skipped a beat. He was very clear about Yi Xian's status. Could be said that if Yi Xian really wanted to force him to submit, he really wouldn't be able to refuse. As for the reason why the ancient remnant clan obeyed the ancient god emperor was not only because of his status, but also because the ancient god emperor had a way to control them. In fact, the ancient era's remnant clans were all slaves of the ancient god emperor during the ancient era. Moreover, they had been marked as slaves during that era. It was different from the method used to control slaves. What controlled them was their bloodline and their soul. To put it simply, when Yi Xian obtained the ancient god emperor's inheritance, which was the divine seal, he had already inherited complete control over them. It was just that Yi Xian didn't know this at all. QWPM, if Yi Xian lived, they would live. If Yi Xian died, Yi Xian only needed to say one word and they would all be buried with him. That wasn't all. Most importantly, they had no right to refuse Yi Xian at all. This was because Yi Xian's every word had the power to oppress their souls. Fortunately, Yi Xian didn't know about this, so Pavilion Master Ling Xian naturally wouldn't take the initiative to bring it up. All right, Grandmaster Yi, this way please? Although Pavilion Master Ling Xian really wanted to display the attitude of an expert in front of Yi Xian. Once he spoke, his tone changed and he still appeared somewhat respectful. Soon, Yi Xian and Pavilion Master Ling Xian arrived at a room. Pavilion Master Ling Xian casually set up a simple restriction before asking Yi Xian, "Grandmaster Yi, do you know what I'm talking about?" "Grandmaster Yi, why are you looking for me?" "It's like this. I want to discuss a deal with you. I'm not sure if you're interested." "Haha. Grandmaster Yi, please explain what the deal is." Pavilion Master Ling Xian was a little puzzled. He didn't know what Yi Xian wanted to discuss with him. "Alright, I'll get straight to the point. I hope to set up an absolute defense restriction for you in exchange for a batch of treasures from Ling Xian Pavilion to increase your strength." Yes, this was Yi Xian's trump card. Back when Yi Xian had broken through the restriction mountain, he had obtained an absolute defense restriction. Although that thing couldn't be imparted to anyone, Yi Xian could use it. When Yi Xian mentioned the absolute defense restriction, Pavilion Master Ling Xian already knew what it was. After all, he was a servant of the ancient God Emperor. Yi Xian's inheritance also came from the ancient God Emperor. Therefore, he naturally knew what the absolute defense restriction was. In fact, regardless of whether Ling Xian Pavilion was willing or not, he could only agree. "Sure." Pavilion Master Ling Xian's reply was very brief. He didn't even ask what Yi Xian wanted in exchange. Of course, someone would naturally negotiate with Yi Xian about this matter. If Pavilion Master Ling Xian were to negotiate, he would probably agree to whatever Yi Xian said. Therefore, Pavilion Master Ling Xian was still a little smart. However, what was the use of being smart like this? Yi Xian was anxious to improve his strength, so he didn't waste any time and went straight to Ling Xian Pavilion's main pavilion. This was Ling Xian Pavilion's headquarters, and it occupied an extremely large area. However, Yi Xian wouldn't surround the entire place with restrictions. All he needed to do was surround Ling Xian Pavilion's main hall with restrictions. This matter only took Yi Xian 3 days. Perhaps it would really take a long time for someone else to set it up, but Yi Xian had the help of the system, so it was naturally very fast. Ever since Pavilion Master Ling Xian had parted ways with Yi Xian, he had been deliberately avoiding Yi Xian. The person in charge of contacting Yi Xian was Master Ku. "Grandmaster Yi, your restrictions are simply too perfect. I believe that unless a sovereign personally intervenes, no one will be able to break them. What a powerful and profound restriction. I, Ku, have seen countless restrictions in my life, but I've never seen Grandmaster Ye's restriction before. Haha, as long as you're satisfied, then can you give me my reward?" Chapter 2176. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. To be honest, he didn't expect to receive so much at first. According to Yi Xian's thinking, it would be good enough if he could get some treasures, but he didn't expect that he would be given 20 pavilions as his direct subordinates. Perhaps it didn't seem to be of much use on the surface, but that wasn't the case. Strictly speaking, these 20 pavilions were already considered Yi Xian's own forces. In other words, Yi Xian could establish his own forces from today onwards. If one day the sect system was reopened, then Yi Xian would be able to obtain a lot of benefits. Even now, with 20 branches, Yi Xian would still be able to obtain a stable income. Yi Xian was poor, very poor. He couldn't even take out 10,000 divine crystals. Alright, deal. Even though they were both from the same force, they both had their own plans. This meant that Yi Xian and Ling Xian Court were destined to be at odds. Giving Yi Xian 20 pavilions was nothing to Ling Xian Court. One had to know that Ling Xian Court had more than 10,000 pavilions in the hundreds of territories. However, it was a huge gain for Yi Xian. According to Yi Xian's request, these 20 pavilions were all located in the territory of the Myriad Beasts Divine Sect. Among them, Yi Xian's first pavilion was Ling Xian Court's. Yi Xian still remembered Elder Lin from that pavilion. He was an amiable old man. Back then, Yi Xian's strength was average. When Yi Xian first came to the God Realm, it was Elder Lin who gave Yi Xian his first benefit. Now, Yi Xian naturally wanted to thank him properly. Yi Xian once said that he would repay Elder Lin if he had the chance. Now was naturally an opportunity. Yi Xian didn't have any experience in managing an auction. Therefore, he immediately gave out an order. He promoted Elder Lin to the position of Regional Supervising Elder and was responsible for all matters related to Ling Xian's 20 pavilions. Of course, Ling Xian didn't go over himself. That elder Lin would never have imagined that his kindness back then would be exchanged for the benefits he had today. Yi Xian returned to his residence in the Emoshang training camp. Although he was a little disappointed with the Emoshang training camp, Yi Xian did not have any other place to stay for the time being. Moreover, Fian was still here. When he returned to his room, he couldn't wait to check the things that Ling Xiango had given him. Needless to say, Ling Xian Pavilion was not stingy. Unfortunately, these treasures that were priceless in the outside world only had one use for Yi Xian. System. Have you finished checking? Are there any treasures worth keeping? Ding. System notification. No special items were found in this test. Alright, since that's the case, let's devour them all. It's time to level up. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 5th grade medium-level heavenly god. Was it only upgraded to the 5th rank? Although it could be said that he had leveled up 4 times in a row, Yi Xian was not satisfied. One had to know that the enemy he was going to face next was extremely powerful. In Yi Xian's heart, his enemy was not only the ancient sword intent, but also the people who had humiliated him that day. Yi Xian would not let any of them go. It seemed that for a moment, the matter regarding the Lingbo Lake had stopped. However, everyone was very clear that this was just the calm before the big battle. Around the Lingbo Lake, various forces had already built countless camps. There were powerhouses stationed at all times, observing at all times. The entire Lingbo Lake had been completely sealed off. No one was willing to face that catastrophe again, so everyone hoped to be clear of the danger in advance. It was just that they hadn't made a move yet. Without sufficient preparation, no one dared to rashly start a war. Before the storm came, Yi Xian continued to accept missions and earn points. Yi Xian discovered the secret of the Lingbo Lake, but he was not treated as a hero. Instead, he was treated as a jinx. For a moment, the entire training camp hid far away from him. Fortunately, Yi Xian did not care at all. In a short 3 months, Yi Xian had earned 10,000 points. Only he, Yi Xian, could achieve such a terrifying speed. Then why was Yi Xian working so hard to earn points? It turned out that there was a vermilion grass spirit in the Emoshang training camp. No more, no less, exactly 10,000 points. On this day, Yi Xian went directly to the exchange center to exchange for the vermilion grass spirit. Young Master Yi, what would you like to order? Yi Xian was already known by everyone in the Emoshang training camp. Of course, whether it was good or bad intentions, only they knew. Oh, I would like to exchange for a treasure. Okay, what treasure would young Master Yi like to exchange for? The vermilion grass spirit. The vermilion grass spirit? Young Master Yi, the vermilion grass spirit requires 10,000 points. Are you sure you want to exchange for it? I'm sure. Yi Xian was sure. He now had 10,050 points. After exchanging for the vermilion grass spirit, he only had 50 points left. Could be said that it was very, very close. He could be expelled at any time. However, Yi Xian did not care at all. In the beginning, Yi Xian came to the Emoshang training camp to investigate the secrets of the Emoshang pavilion. However, after such a long time, there was no result at all. Then what was the point of Yi Xian staying here? In addition to the previous incident, Yi Xian was already prepared to leave this place. There was no reason for Yi Xian to stay here. Besides, all the force's attention was on the Lingbo Lake. Who would care about Yi Xian's little tricks? Therefore, Yi Xian was already prepared to enter the Emoshang pavilion. On this day, Yi Xian brought Fian and left the Emoshang training camp. However, his departure did not attract anyone's attention at all. This was because Yi Xian did not even greet the training camp and directly left. Perhaps the only one who would feel regret was that Lu Luo. In fact, Lu Luo regretted it when he found out that Yi Xian had been wronged. No matter what, Yi Xian was considered half a disciple of his, even if the two of them had almost no contact. However, in Lu Luo's heart, he did not really care about Yi Xian at all. Yi Xian could be said to be the disciple he was most proud of. Unfortunately, he did not express his goodwill, and Yi Xian did not care about him at all. After Yi Xian left, the entire Emoshang training camp was almost the same as before. Only Lu Luo's heart was filled with pain. Of course, Yi Xian's departure was not without movement. Yi Xian did not have many friends in the training camp, but he had many enemies. Many people were jealous of Yi Xian's talent, jealous of Yi Xian's strength, and also jealous of Yi Xian's fian. Therefore, after Yi Xian left, there were actually people who secretly celebrated. Chapter 2177. Young Master, where are we going? Fian was suddenly informed to leave by Yi Xian. Although she didn't ask much, she still found it a little strange. Yes, I'm preparing to join Emoshang Pavilion, but I don't need you to join this time, because I'm not going to do anything good. When we get there, I'll arrange a place for you to stay. You can stay there for the time being, and wait for me to finish my business. All right, I understand. QWPM Fian didn't care what Yi Xian had arranged. In any case, she would do whatever Yi Xian arranged. Emoshang Pavilion didn't accept disciples all the time, but they could go there normally. However, they would need to pass the 5 stages normally, and it was much stricter than when they were accepting disciples. Of course, Yi Xian was completely confident. Emoshang Training Camp could be considered to be the first and only place Yi Xian temporarily stayed in after coming to the Divine Realm. To be honest, if it wasn't for the humiliation of that misunderstanding, perhaps Yi Xian wouldn't have left so quickly. Therefore, when Yi Xian left, he left a restriction in Emoshang Training Camp where he originally lived. Of course, only Luo Qi knew about this. Luo Qi was Fian's friend, and in Yi Xian's heart, she could be considered half a friend. Leaving that restriction was his remembrance of Emoshang Training Camp, and at the same time it was also for Luo Qi and the others. Yi Xian had a feeling. Not long after, perhaps a shocking battle would break out in Emoshang Training Camp. This feeling was just Yi Xian's subjective judgment without any basis. It was just Yi Xian's own guess, so he didn't tell anyone. After all, who knew if this would happen? Very quickly, Yi Xian and Fian arrived at the mountain gate of Emoshang Pavilion. Emoshang Pavilion, as the strongest force in the 100 territories, occupied a huge area. However, there was only one entrance because when Emoshang Pavilion was first established, it was chosen as a dangerous place. Emoshang Pavilion was surrounded by endless mountains. Of course, these endless mountains weren't considered dangerous places. However, the strange thing was that at the end of the endless mountains was a natural danger zone that anyone below Lord level would find difficult to cross. Up until now, no one had been able to successfully pass through. On top of that, the Mozhang Pavilion had deliberately strengthened the restrictions. Thus, there were only 2 ways to enter the Mozhang Pavilion. The first option was to use the teleportation formation to directly enter. However, Emoshang Gu naturally couldn't set up a teleportation formation casually. The second method was to walk through the only entrance. Halt! Who are you waiting for? Just as Yi Xian reached the entrance, 2 people blocked his path and looked at Yi Xian warily. Yi Xian already knew that the Emoshang Pavilion was heavily guarded, but he didn't expect it to be this tight. It was obviously a sect, but there were countless hidden and open sentries. It could be said that it was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to enter. This junior came from the Emoshang Training Camp and hopes to enter the Emoshang Pavilion to learn martial arts. Yi Xian did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Don't go to training camp? So that's how it is. What's your name? A white-clothed figure appeared before Yi Xian, and he smiled as he gazed at Yi Xian. My name is Yi Xian. Yi Xian seemed to be slightly respectful. After all, this person's cultivation was at the domain enlightened spirit god realm, and he was absolutely not someone that Yi Xian could easily offend. You're Yi Xian. That person seemed to be slightly surprised when he heard Yi Xian's answer. Never had he imagined that Yi Xian would actually know Yi Xian. Of course, Yi Xian's main objective for behaving so strangely in the Emoshang training camp was to draw the attention of others. So, it wasn't strange that someone had found out about him. Yes, I'm Yi Xian. Haha, I never expected that it really was you. Weren't you doing well in the Emoshang training camp? Why did you leave? That person started laughing because Yi Xian's reputation was widespread in the Emoshang Pavilion. After all, he was the first on the genius rankings. So, how could Emoshang Pavilion not know of him? Haha, since Senior knows me, then you're naturally aware that I was misunderstood when I took the risk to investigate over Wave Lake that day, right? I was truly unwilling to continue staying there because I was unable to endure such humiliation," said Yi Xian. This was a flawless excuse, and it could be considered to be a reasonable reason as well. "So that's how it is. Yi Xian, I'm here to tell you that no matter where you are, such matters are unavoidable. The Ling Xian Pavilion and the Dark Knight Empire went to war because of you, and the scope of the battle can even be said to include the entire territory. Moreover, your reputation as the first on the genius rankings is extremely enviable. Most importantly, you don't have strength. So long as you don't possess strength that instills fear in others, then no matter how great your natural talent is, you'll never be worthy of having the right to be respected by others. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Yi Xian naturally understood. However, he'd never imagined that this person would actually tell him so clearly. Junior understands. In fact, it's precisely because of this that I'm begging Master Emoshang Pavilion. Since that's the case, then follow me. If you want to enter my Emoshang Pavilion, you must go through 5 tests. No matter who it is, it's unavoidable. I'll bring you over now. Oh right, I'm the 5th Hall, Ming Kong. If you have the chance in the future, you can come to the 5th Hall to find me. 5th Hall, Senior. Can you tell me more about Emoshang Pavilion? After all, I'm about to enter the sect, asked Yi Xian as he followed that person forward. One had to know that he'd actually come to Emoshang Pavilion to gather information. Haha, you're quite confident. However, with your talent, those 5 tests indeed won't be able to stop you, so there's no harm in telling you. The outside world only knows that Emoshang Pavilion is a single entity. However, very few people know that Emoshang Pavilion is divided into 10 main halls. The 10 main halls do their own things. If there's no order from the pavilion master, they usually don't interfere with each other. The first hall is the strongest and is personally managed by the pavilion master. It's incomparably mysterious and is also the place that everyone in Emoshang Pavilion wants to enter the most. The second hall to the 4th hall are called the inner chambers. They're considered the core of Emoshang Pavilion's elites. As for the rest, including my 5th hall, they're actually the outer chambers. Of course, you shouldn't underestimate the back 6 halls just because they're called the outer chambers. In fact, the back 6 hall's strength shouldn't be underestimated either. Yi Xian nodded. At least he had a preliminary understanding of the 10 halls of Emoshang Pavilion. Then, why did this person tell Yi Xian all this and specifically point out that the 5th hall wasn't weak? His meaning couldn't be more obvious. Once Yi Xian joined, he would have to choose a hall to join. This person's intention was obviously for Yi Xian to choose the 5th hall. After all, with the talent that Yi Xian had displayed, it was even possible for him to join the 1st hall. However, he didn't know that even without his words, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't join the 1st hall. This was because it was obvious that the 1st hall was probably the place that Yi Xian had to be wary of the most. Yi Xian had always known that Emoshang Pavilion was a puppet of the Annihilation Organization. Of course, he only knew this in the past. However, from the looks of it now, Emoshang Pavilion wasn't completely controlled by the Annihilation Organization. Chapter 2178. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. It didn't matter if it was because the Annihilation Organization was afraid of something or if they didn't have the ability to fully control the Mozhang Pavilion. However, one thing was certain. Yi Xian still had room to maneuver within the Mozhang Pavilion. It should be said that this news was good news for Yi Xian. After passing through several checkpoints, Yi Xian finally arrived at one of his targets. Yi Xian, do you see what's in front? This is the first test. Yi Xian lifted his head to look. In front of him was a staircase so long that he couldn't see the end. It was a staircase that could only allow one person to pass. Beside the Absolute Heaven staircase, there was an ordinary path. Clearly, the Absolute Heaven staircase was built specifically for the purpose of testing. Yi Xian, you have to be careful. Walking up from here isn't as simple as you think. There will be a powerful pressure here, and this pressure will automatically adjust according to your current cultivation level. You must remember, if you can't withstand it, then don't force your way through. Otherwise, once you fall down the absolute heaven staircase, you'll be severely injured at the very least, and your body will be smashed to pieces at the very least. Do you understand? I understand. Good, then go up. I'll wait for you at the exit. Yixin nodded and walked up the staircase. However, Yixin was still a little confused. Why was this person directly in charge of his test? Were there no special examiners? Of course, Yixin didn't know that there were special examiners. However, the competition between the 6 halls was extremely intense. Therefore, the reason why this person wanted to overstep his boundaries was because he wanted to leave a good impression on Yixin. In that case, when Yixin chose which hall to go to, their chances of entering the 5th hall would be greater. As Yixin walked up the absolute heaven staircase, he did indeed feel the existence of the pressure. Moreover, as Yixin walked forward, the pressure also increased step by step. However, this kind of pressure wasn't the slightest bit of pressure to Yixin. The first stage was nothing more than this. When Yixin walked up, he saw that person waiting for him at the exit. This time around, it was not only that person. Instead, there were many others. Yixin, come, let me introduce you. These people are the elders of the inner and outer 9 pavilions. This time, they have specially come to watch you pass the test. Watch me break through? Yixin was slightly taken aback. Was there a need for that? Of course, he didn't dare to say this out loud. Alright, next, you can enter the 2nd stage. In the 2nd stage, you can use any method you want, and your only goal is to cross the single plank bridge. Of course, you will encounter some obstacles on the single plank bridge. Alright, you can go now. The one who spoke was a person with an incomparably stiff expression. It seemed like this was the person in charge of Yixin's assessment. Yixin did not hesitate and stepped onto the single plank bridge. Ding! System notification. Detected special treasure, soul wood. Yixin was slightly taken aback. What was going on? This single plank bridge used for the assessment was actually a special treasure? System, what is the use of this soul wood? Ding! System notification. Soul wood can be used to refine a special soul-controlling magic treasure. This magic treasure can affect the people around it invisibly. This effect is very subtle and not easy to detect. What? Yixin was slightly taken aback. As expected, this Emoshang Pavilions was not a good place. Now, Yixin was only taking the entrance assessment, but he had already encountered something like the soul wood. Then, how many other similar treasures were hidden in the Emoshang Pavilions? System, can you protect my soul? I don't want to be contaminated. Ding! System notification. This soul wood will not cause any harm to the host. That was good. Yixin was relieved. If he hadn't even entered the Emoshang Pavilions and his opinion had been changed, then it would be a tragedy. Yixin stepped onto the soul wood and could clearly feel the strong attraction from his soul, as if it wanted to devour Yixin's soul. If there wasn't a system notification, Yixin would definitely have mistaken this as a suppression method for the assessment. However, with the system notification, Yixin was very clear in his heart that the effect of the soul wood had already been activated. Yixin also had many treasures that could affect the soul. In addition, his bloodline was strong, so he was able to resist it. However, it was only an assessment now. Then, how many more such things were hidden in the Emoshang Pavilions? It seemed that strengthening his soul strength was unavoidable. Of course, he had to mention Fian here. During this period of time, Fian had continuously used food to strengthen Yixin. Among them, the main strengthening was at the soul level. It seemed that Fian had her own plans for making food for Yixin to eat. On top of the soul wood, there were indeed some divine beasts that tried to stop Yixin from advancing, but they were no threat to Yixin at all. Although the next 3 tests could be considered difficult, they really couldn't threaten Yixin. Finally, after an entire 7 days of assessment, Yixin could be considered to have succeeded. At this moment, Yixin was brought to a large hall. Other than the first hall, the other 9 halls had each sent their own people. It seemed that it was time to decide the ownership of Yixin. Outside this hall, there were many people gathered. Most of these people had joined the Emoshang Pavilions last time. However, no one in the 9 halls was willing to accept them, so they were still dawdling here. According to the rules of the Emoshang pavilions, if no one was willing to accept them, then they could only choose to leave after 3 years. In fact, being able to leave was also a blessing for them. However, Yi Xian couldn't leave. Fortunately, Yi Xian couldn't say that no one wanted him. You are Yi Xian. The leading elder looked at Yi Xian with a faint smile in his eyes. Yes, this disciple is Yi Xian. Not bad, not bad. To be able to pass the test in 7 days, your talent is indeed extraordinary. The second hall wants you, the elder said domineeringly. Of course, how could it be possible to accept Yi Xian so easily? Last time, Nan Gongyu and Bei Qindong were taken in by the second hall. This time, shouldn't this Yi Xian belong to the third hall? Someone stood out and directly wanted to snatch him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, someone else immediately stood out. Haha, didn't the third hall also get that big foot? The fourth hall doesn't have any good seedlings. No matter what, even if it's an equal split, it should be the fourth hall's turn, right? Chapter 2179. Gentlemen, shouldn't you consider Yi Xian's choice? When Yi Xian passed the test just now, he displayed an impressive ability in the area of restriction. Among the 10 great palaces of the Emoshang Pavilion, only the 7th palace is in charge of restriction. Shouldn't Yi Xian belong to the 7th palace? I'm sure all of you understand the principle of exhausting one's talents? Haha. Exhausting one's talents? That's what I'm thinking too. This lad summoned 1,000 mythical beasts at the 4th stage. It's obvious that he's good at taming beasts. Our DC Hall is in charge of managing mythical beasts. Isn't his talent in taming beasts suitable for our 4th palace? Everyone looked at each other as if they wanted to divide Yi Xian into 9 and take one away each. Speaking of which, the Emoshang Pavilion's test was really not simple. It forced Yi Xian to reveal his trump cards. Of course, these trump cards were just for show. What was Yi Xian's real trump card? It was the system. As long as the system was around, everything else was nothing. However, even the things that Yi Xian had shown made everyone want to take them away immediately. However, Yi Xian had already made up his mind. Therefore, when the elder of the 2nd palace asked Yi Xian to make his choice, Yi Xian replied without hesitation. Seniors, since I, Yi Xian, have joined the Emoshang Pavilion, doesn't that mean that whoever cultivates in the Emoshang Pavilion belongs to the Emoshang Pavilion? I'm not talented, but I met the 5th palace when I came here. I believe in fate, so I've decided to join the 5th palace. The 5th palace? Fate? Of course, Yi Xian did not believe in fate, but this was no doubt a good excuse. The others looked at the people from the 5th palace and felt annoyed. They understood the meaning behind Yi Xian's words. When he came to the Emoshanga, the first person he came into contact with was from the 5th palace. However, what kind of fate was this? It was just a coincidence that the people from the 5th palace were in charge of patrolling that day. However, since Yi Xian had already spoken to such an extent, what else could they say? Yi Xian had already said that all the palaces were not his people. Even a new disciple had such awareness. Could it be that they, the elders, didn't have the same awareness? Alright, since Yi Xian has already made his decision, we will respect Yi Xian's decision. Yi Xian, come over here. This is a congratulatory gift from the 2nd hall. Take it as a welcome to our Emoshang Pavilion. He said that he would follow Yi Xian's decision, but at this time, he was still trying to rope in Yi Xian. What that person took out was a treasure that even Yi Xian was tempted by. The ancient demon's heart. It's actually the ancient demon's heart. 2nd hall elder. You are really generous. Yes, it was the ancient demon's heart. Could be said that this item was a top-notch material for refining one's body. The ancient demon referred to the ancient demon god. Although the ancient demon's heart in this person's hand was only a sky celestial's ancient demon's heart, it was still an incredible item. One had to know that the ancient demon god's inheritance was almost completely severed. A sky celestial's ancient demon's heart was an extremely rare item. Alright, since the 2nd hall master is so generous, the 3rd hall will not be stingy either. Yi Xian, take this item. Yi Xian received the item that the 3rd hall elder handed over and was once again slightly shocked. Tree spirit. Couldn't be. Yi Xian needed 4 types of materials to fuse with the flower spirit swordsman. Yi Xian had originally planned to spend a lot of time collecting them. Who would have thought that he would actually obtain 3? Treasure, this was definitely a treasure. Haha, this is nothing. Today I am going to give Yi Xian a great opportunity. Kid, with this token you will have a chance to go there to seek opportunities. Take care of yourself. 4th Hall Elder, you actually gave this item to him. What a big deal. Your 4th palace is really generous. Yi Xian held the item that looked like a teleportation talisman in his hand, but he was a little confused. What exactly was this item? Was it worth making such a fuss about? Of course, Yi Xian was very clear that this was definitely a treasure. Hence, no matter what it was, Yi Xian would definitely make good use of it. Come, let's continue. Yi Xian's heart was filled with anticipation. Now that he had obtained 3 items, each of them could be considered a great treasure. There were also the 6 halls. Shouldn't they show some appreciation? Aren't you all competing? Aren't you all trying to compare your strength in front of me? Then, throw treasures at me. I like it. Yi Xian's heart was already twisted with joy, but he still stood there obediently on the surface. Needless to say, other than the 5th hall, the other halls really did leave gifts for Yi Xian. To be honest, this kind of behavior could be considered to be one of a kind. However, a disciple who could make the 9 halls fight over him at the same time was a rare existence in itself. Hence, it was not strange that he would do something that went against common sense. Yi Xian looked at the 5th hall elder eagerly. Speaking of which, the other halls had already expressed their intentions, so why did the 5th hall elder not do so? Couldn't be that Yi Xian had chosen the worst hall, right? Then wouldn't Yi Xian have suffered a great loss? However, at this moment, the disciple who had brought Yi Xian in at the beginning suddenly blinked at him. Yi Xian understood that there was a chance. After Yi Xian's ownership was decided, he immediately left with the 5th hall elder. But halfway there, the 5th hall elder left first, leaving only the disciple to lead the way for Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not know why, but he did not ask. After the 5th hall elder left, that disciple immediately laughed heartily. Haha! Good fellow, you've struck it big this time. Speaking of which, why didn't such a good thing happen when I first entered the sect? Senior, please don't make fun of me. Do you think you're still coveting those things of mine? Call me senior brother. I say, kid, you're so obedient after getting such a good deal. In the future, you can just call me senior brother Wang. Kid, you've struck it big this time. Why do you think our elder rushed back alone? He went to prepare a gift for you. What? Prepare a gift for him? Yi Xian was taken aback and stopped in his tracks. Don't be in a daze. Let's go. You've struck it big this time. Even I am tempted by those things. I'm even considering whether I should find a chance to beat you up with a stick and then snatch all your things after you get your gift. I'm so jealous. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. This guy was not like this just now. However, since this guy had said it so bluntly, it was obvious that he did not covet Yi Xian's things at all. Chapter 2180. You pighead, a greeting gift is naturally a greeting gift. Let me tell you, generally speaking, only the palace you join will give you a greeting gift. Occasionally, a genius will attract the attention of the other palaces and they will also give you a greeting gift. However, such a thing is extremely rare. Moreover, every time the other palaces give you a greeting gift, the palace you join will have to bleed a lot. It must surpass the gifts given by the other palaces. This is the tradition of our Emoshang Pavilion. The bitter smile on Yi Xian's face became more and more awkward. This senior brother Wang, Yi Xian, was becoming more and more unreliable. Yi Xian really couldn't tell that this guy was a righteous person just now. When Yi Xian joined the Emoshang Pavilion, this guy immediately revealed his true colors. Pighead. Damn, if Yi Xian was a pighead, then who in the world wasn't a pighead? However, Yi Xian could only accept it. Who asked this guy to be so obviously kind? Hee, I almost forgot. It seems like I have to show my sincerity. It's over. Then, Yi Xian, how about we discuss something? What orders does senior brother Wang have? It's not an order, it's a discussion. Can we discuss it? Then, can we pretend that we don't know each other today? Can we get to know each other tomorrow? Yi Xian was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This silly senior brother Wang. How could he speak like this? This guy, wasn't he just unwilling to give him a greeting gift? Moreover, it wasn't like he had to give him a greeting gift. Who knew that before Yi Xian could say anything? Senior brother Wang continued to speak. AI, forget it. Forget it. Who asked me to be unlucky? How did I become your senior brother? Fine, I admit defeat this time. Here, take this. What a loss. What a loss. Ding. System notification. Detected special treasure. Spirit of Spirit God Wings. Ding. System notification. Spirit God is not a realm, but a deity cultivated from a special spirit body. Ding. System notification. Spirit of Spirit God Wings possesses powerful auxiliary abilities. Once it recognizes a master, it will give the host unimaginable benefits. Living thing. Object. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected that senior brother Wang would actually give Yi Xian a sex toy. The most important thing was that this item had actually triggered a system notification. It seemed like it was not a simple item. This, senior brother Wang, I can't accept this. I can tell that senior brother Wang is very fond of it. I can't take away what you love. Sister, don't give me that. I'm sure you can't wait to take it away. Stop grumbling in front of me. Be careful or I won't give it to you if I regret it. If I tell you to take it, just take it. Cut the crap. Yi Xian was speechless. Even if what he said was the truth, there was no need to say it out loud. Wouldn't it make Yi Xian feel awkward? However, Yi Xian was willing to become friends with such a person. Therefore, Yi Xian did not beat around the bush. He said straightforwardly, "All right, then I'll accept it. How about this? If there are any good things in my room, senior brother Wang can also choose one." "TSK, you brat. Why would I care about your things? Do you know who my father is? My father is the 5th palace master." "Humph. The things I gave you might be my leftovers." Yi Xian almost fell to the ground. Because of this fellow's words, Yi Xian couldn't help but be shocked. He was actually the son of the 5th palace master? No wonder he was so arrogant and did not act like a disciple of Emoshang Pavilion. This guy was probably not an ordinary person in Emoshang Pavilion. Looking at this senior brother Wang in front of him, Yi Xian really did not know what to say. This guy could be considered the first weirdo that Yi Xian had met in the realm of the gods. "Alright, so the things you gave me were your leftovers. Then, shouldn't you compensate me?" Perhaps influenced by this guy, Yi Xian spoke with a hint of mockery. Don't think about my things. I don't have anything good to give you. Go play somewhere else. Let's go. Let's go back quickly." When senior brother Wang heard Yi Xian's words, he immediately rushed forward. Yi Xian finally could not hold back his laughter. "You brat, you actually dare to tease me." "Pada!" A slap landed on Yi Xian's shoulder, but Yi Xian laughed even harder. No matter what, this senior brother Wang had made Yi Xian relax a lot. At the same time, it also made Yi Xian understand that Emoshang Pavilion was not completely under the control of the Annihilation Organization. It was likely that the Annihilation Organization only controlled the first palace. In that case, this senior brother Wang was worth making friends with Yi Xian. "Haha, let's go, senior brother Wang. Let's go back quickly." This time, it was Yi Xian's turn to walk in front. Senior brother Wang's face was full of displeasure as he spoke angrily. Go my ass. Do you know the way? Follow me." Of course, this only made Yi Xian laugh even harder. Soon, the two of them arrived at the 5th palace. QWPM, however, what Yi Xian did not expect was that the 5th palace only had slightly more than 300 people. Compared to the other palaces, which had tens of thousands of people, the 5th palace's strength was a little weak. However, when Yi Xian looked at senior brother Wang, he understood. Senior brother Wang was probably going to be the successor of the 5th palace's palace master. It was a pity that he looked like this. The 5th palace was weak and had few people. This was a good thing for Yi Xian. After all, when Yi Xian had entered the 5th palace, neither Yi Xian nor the system had noticed anything strange. "So you're Yi Xian. Not bad, not bad. You look quite classy." The 5th palace master, who was also Yi Xian's future master, arrived in front of Yi Xian. However, as soon as he spoke, Yi Xian already knew why senior brother Wang was so amusing. It was because his father was similar to him. Your disciple greets the master. Yi Xian could not bring himself to feel any negative emotions towards the fifth palace master, who knew that this guy would immediately laugh when he heard how Yi Xian addressed him. Waha! Did you hear that? You heard that? You want to steal my disciple? You guys are still too inexperienced. Now that Yi Xian has acknowledged me as his master, you have nothing to say. Yi Xian blinked. Since he had been assigned to the fifth palace, didn't that mean that the fifth palace master was his master? You brat, who told you that he's your master? What are you going to learn from him? Hey, junior brother, how can you say that? Why can't I take in disciples? Junior brother, you have to explain yourself. Otherwise, don't even think about walking out of here today. Who knew that the fifth palace master would become anxious? However, no one seemed to care about him. The elder continued to speak to Yi Xian. Chapter 2181. Consider my ass. Junior brother, you can't sow discord. Be careful or I'll punish you. Yi Xian, don't listen to him. You're my disciple. I'll beat whoever tries to snatch you away. Hall master, among the few of us, who can you beat? QWPM me. The fifth palace master was speechless. What was this? Yi Xian felt like he had been cheated. Why did he feel like he had been cheated after joining the fifth palace? What are you all doing gathered here? Not doing anything? Suddenly, a voice was heard. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. The fifth palace master was extremely pleased with himself. Mother. Senior brother Wang, on the other hand, ran over happily. The others also shouted respectfully. Greetings, senior sister. Senior sister. Why did you come out early this time? Senior sister? Mother? She was the fifth palace master's wife? What a beauty, what a high cultivation. Yi Xian was shocked. No wonder the fifth palace master was able to sit on the palace master's seat despite his ordinary strength. I heard that a new disciple came to our fifth palace. Of course I had to come out and take a look. In the last 10 times we accepted disciples, no one joined us. I really don't know what you elders are doing. Everyone looked at each other, but their gazes were all on the fifth palace master. Their intentions were obvious. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you, not him. Why? Are you pushing everything to your senior brother? Do you need me to give you some tasks? No, senior sister. I still have things to do. I'll go first. Senior sister. Senior brother just accepted a disciple. I think you all must have a good celebration. I won't disturb you. Who knew that these people, who were extremely arrogant in front of the fifth palace master, would be so timid in front of the palace master's wife? Stop! The palace master's wife spoke. Instantly, everyone stopped in their tracks. Since you all know that your senior brother has accepted a disciple, and it's the first new disciple of the fifth palace in 100 years, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Was this considered extortion? But it was for Yi Xian. Yi Xian had an awkward expression on his face. The fifth hall was completely out of Yi Xian's expectations. This force seemed to be very interesting. The fifth hall only had a total of 6 elders. Compared to the other halls, their strength was not even worth mentioning. However, it had to be said that life here was much more casual. Of course. The 6 elders seemed to be very afraid of the palace mistress. At this moment, all of them ran up to Yi Xian and threw an interspatial ring to him. Obviously, they were prepared. After leaving behind the interspatial rings, the 6 elders left dejectedly. Yi Xian found it hilarious. However, someone laughed before Yi Xian did. It was senior brother Wang. It would be fine if he didn't laugh, but once he did, it would be a tragedy. Tian'er, come here. Senior brother Wang's full name was Wang Tianjin. Yes, he lived up to his name. Ah, mother, you're looking for me? Yes, let your father and Yi Xian have a good chat here. Come with mother. Mother wants to see if your cultivation has improved. Senior brother Wang's expression changed drastically. Obviously, he was very afraid. However, after the 2 of them left, The fifth palace master immediately returned to his previous state. Oh my God! They're finally gone. Fortunately, they didn't scold me this time. By the way, Yi Xian, you still have 3 senior brothers and 2 senior sisters, but they're all out on missions. This is a meeting gift for you. That group of scammers gave you so many good things and made me bleed. Well, if you have nothing to do, go play by yourself. If you want to cultivate, go directly to the cultivation pavilion and choose whatever you want to learn. Anyway, this old man won't give you anything carelessly. Let me think, is there anything else? Oh, that's right. If you want to go out and play, go look for your senior brother Wang. However, the 2 of you shouldn't go overboard. Otherwise, your master will definitely be taught a lesson by your master's wife. Alright, help me keep an eye on your senior brother Wang. This guy is always running to the 7th palace and he always makes me his scapegoat. Tell him not to go there if he has nothing better to do. Damn it, he's such a disgrace. F***CK. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. This was his master? This was Yi Xian's F***king master in Emoshang Pavilion? Was he really here to teach him how to cultivate? Even when Yi Xian walked out of the main hall, he was still in a daze. He had met countless people and received many inheritances. But this was the first time Yi Xian had met such an eccentric master. Could be said that he was the only one. When Yi Xian walked out, he was even more stunned by the situation outside. The 5th palace had 300 disciples. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small number either. Because of their eccentric palace master, most of the disciples cultivated under the 6 great elders. However, these people's cultivation methods could also be called eccentric. There wasn't the slightest bit of unity that a large sect should have. Instead, they cultivated whatever they wanted, and their treasures were even more bizarre. Yi Xian even wondered if he had entered a camp of eccentrics. He even suspected that he hadn't come to Emoshang Pavilion. Hey! It's junior brother Wang. Haha. Junior brother Yi. Do you want to come with us to the back mountain to hunt for divine beasts? I heard that Li Ju was chased by a divine beast a few days ago. We're going to avenge him. Senior brothers, I won't go. Senior brother Wang dragged me to the 7th palace. You know senior brother Wang's temper. If I don't go, he'll definitely block my door again. Haha, junior brother Yi. Good luck then. I heard that master's wife is coming out of seclusion in a few days. You two be careful not to be caught by her. You'll be in trouble then. Yes, thank you for the reminder, senior brother. Yi Xian had been in the 5th palace for some time. However, during this time, Yi Xian truly understood how casual the 5th palace was. If you wanted to cultivate, then cultivate. No one would care. If you didn't want to cultivate, then it didn't matter. After master's wife came out of seclusion, those who didn't make any progress would be punished. In the entire 5th palace, from the palace master to the ordinary disciples, the only one they were afraid of was master's wife. However, master's wife cultivated a special cultivation method that allowed her to be in seclusion at all times. It could be said that if it weren't for the fact that she was worried about the 5th palace, master's wife wouldn't have come out of seclusion so frequently. However, when their master's wife came out, all of them, including the palace master, were cultivating obediently. However, when their master's wife went into closed-door cultivation, all of them revealed their true colors. It could be said that the 5th palace was truly not a place suitable for cultivation. Of course, Yi Xian didn't care about this. After all, he didn't come here to cultivate. But to be honest, it was this kind of environment that made Yi Xian feel a strong sense of belonging. Chapter 2182. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Hey, Yi Xian. Hurry up. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Do you think I'm you? Do you think I'd dare to come out if I didn't complete the task given to me by Master's wife? But I heard that Master's wife is coming out of seclusion. Let's see how you're going to explain yourself. Mother is coming out of seclusion. Yi Xian, don't scare me. What's the benefit of scaring you? No. But Kongyue and the others are going to Mo City to play today. I want to go too. Who cares? Anyway, I've completed my task. I'm not afraid. At this moment, the person in front of Yi Xian was none other than Wang Tiantian. During this period, Yi Shen's wife had been paying close attention to this genius disciple. It could be said that she knew very well what kind of place the fifth palace was. Therefore, every time she came out, she would definitely set a cultivation task for Yi Shen. Fortunately, Yi Shen wasn't worried at all. With the devouring system in hand, as long as Yi Shen had the resources, leveling up wouldn't be a problem. Therefore, Yi Shen became the person who leveled up the fastest in the fifth palace. In just half a year, it was difficult for the others to even improve their cultivation, let alone level up. However, Yi Shen had already reached the peak of the intermediate divine realm. Of course, this was mainly because the fifth palace master, the 6 great elders, and the other senior brothers had taken good care of Yi Shen. Wang Tianjin took out another treasure and handed it to Yi Shen. Here you go. Good stuff for refining the body. My dad got me 2. One for you and the other for me. Well, let's make a deal. You have to tell me when the time comes that I've been cultivating with you every day. I say, senior brother Wang, do you think master's wife will believe me? I don't care. At worst, I'll cultivate tomorrow. No matter what, we have to go to Mo City today. Come, let's go. Yi Shen didn't say anything. He was indeed preparing to leave for a while. During this period of time, he had been staying in the 5th hall and had not gone to see Fian. He also did not know how Fian was doing recently. Soon, they met up with Kong Yu and the others from the 7th palace and headed to Mo City together. The 7th palace was a branch that was almost entirely made up of female disciples. The rule of the 7th palace was that female disciples were easy to accept, but male disciples, unless they were peerless geniuses, could not even dream of entering. However, in reality, there were very few male disciples who were recognized. This was also the reason why Wang Tianjin liked to run to the 7th palace. Junior brother Yi is also here? That's great. Our Jialing has been looking forward to seeing junior brother Wang every day. Haha. Yi Shen had become familiar with this group of senior sisters since a long time ago. As for Ling she was cute, and her cultivation had even attained the high-rank domain Enlightened Spirit God realm. She could be considered to be extremely formidable. However, it just so happened that she'd taken a liking to Yi Shen as soon as she laid eyes on Yi Shen. Yi Shen's usual way of doing things was to ignore them. This time was no exception as well, and he just smiled lightly. Senior brothers and senior sisters, I'm afraid I can't go with all of you this time. I intend to go to a place by myself. Junior brother Yi, where are you going? It was Ling who spoke these words, and her eyes were filled with concern. Oh, the place I'm going to isn't a secret. It's just the Mo City training camp. Everyone knows that I came from the Mo City training camp in the beginning, so I intend to go back and take a look. Is that so? Alright, feel free to go there, junior brother Yi. We'll send you a voice transmission when we return. Yi Shen nodded and directly left by himself. The benefit of being with this group of people was freedom. This group of disciples from the Mo City Pavilion seemed to be carefree all day long because practically all of them were the children of the Mo City Pavilion's elders or even the hall master. There was no pressure to cultivate here at all, and they didn't have the worry of finding resources. Perhaps ordinary disciples would have to risk their lives to obtain treasures, but they only had to ask their parents to obtain them. Yi Shen wasn't on the same side as them, but he could only join them because of Wang Tianjin. QWPM, of course, this was also to make it easier to investigate the secrets of the Mo City Pavilion. Unfortunately, it seemed that no one in the inner and outer 9 great halls knew about the first hall. The first hall seemed to be an isolated world. People only knew that everyone there was incomparably powerful. People only knew that as long as one was ambitious, one would want to enter the first hall. But they didn't know what was there. Of course, Yi Shen had set up layers of restrictions in Fian's residence. At the same time, Yi Shen also left enough cultivation resources for Fian. However, Yi Shen still couldn't let it go after such a long time. In other people's eyes, half a year might be just a blink of an eye, but in Yi Shen's eyes, half a year was indeed very long. Girl, are you there? Young master, why have you come to my place today? Could it be that something happened? Can't I come to see you if there's nothing? Alright, are you used to this place? Young master has given me such a good cultivation environment. How could I not be satisfied? Young master can rest assured. I can cultivate here in peace. That's good. Yi Xian nodded. He wasn't really worried about anything. After all, once he cultivated, time passed very quickly. Only he, Yi Xian, didn't need to cultivate, so he had nothing to do every day. Suddenly, from Yi Xian's side, a stream of light flew straight to Fian. Whether it was Yi Xian or Fian, there were some differences. However, when he saw the stream of light, Yi Xian was even more puzzled. Wasn't this the spirit god winged spirit that senior brother Wang gave to Yi Xian? One had to know that during this period of time, it wasn't that Yi Xian hadn't studied this thing, but it didn't seem to be of any use. But today, he didn't expect that he would take the initiative to fly to Fian's side. Where did young master get this thing? He didn't expect Fian, who had always been calm, to be so excited when she saw the winged spirit. This was given to me by a senior brother when I didn't go to the pavilion today. Why? Does the girl like it? If you like it, you can take it. Really? Then, this little girl thanks young master. Fian didn't refuse, and Yi Xian didn't mind. To be honest, Yi Xian had never understood the use of this winged spirit. Moreover, he didn't want to use the system. Now that he was fated with Fian, Yi Xian wouldn't be stingy. However, the next scene caused Yi Xian to be rather surprised. Fian seemed to have said a few strange words to the winged spirit. The winged spirit instantly turned into a pair of invisible wings and directly merged with Fian. This thing was actually a pair of wings. Yi Xian was greatly surprised. If he hadn't seen Fian, no one would have been able to discover this secret. Whether it was in Wang Tian's hands or in Yi Xian's hands, this winged spirit had always been treated as an ornamental object. Chapter 2183. Of course, the wings were secondary. The key was Fian's strength. She actually broke through to the peak of the heavenly god realm in one go. She directly surpassed Yi Xian. Yi Xian could be considered to have thoroughly experienced what was called opportunity. This was called opportunity. In the fifth palace, he often obtained some treasures, but his cultivation had only just reached the peak of the intermediate heavenly god realm. However, in the blink of an eye, Fian directly advanced to the peak of the upper-level heavenly god realm. This speed of advancement was simply even crazier than Yi Xian. Of course, Yi Xian was still happy for Fian's advancement. After continuing to chat with Fian for a while, Yi Xian received Wang Tianjin's voice transmission. It turned out that Master's wife had come out of seclusion early. She found that Wang Tianjin was not here and was currently angry. Yi Xian smiled slightly. This time, there would be a good show to watch when he went back. Hee girl, you stay here and cultivate well. I'll go back first. Yes, young master. Fian nodded. Only after sending Yi Xian off did she turn around and go back. Yi Xian and quickly found Wang Tianjin. At this time, Wang Tianjin's face was not looking good. It's over, it's over. Yi Xian, it's over. This time, I'll definitely be punished. Why did mother come out of seclusion early? I'm dead for sure. Ha ha. Senior brother Wang, when you came out, I reminded you. You disloyal fellow. Do you really want to see me make a fool of myself? Humph, that's right. Why don't we just say that I'm here to accompany you and you're here to take a look at Mo Shang's training camp? Senior brother. I'm fine. However, I'm afraid that Master's wife still won't let you off. Ah, then what should I do? Yi Xian, junior brother Yi, quickly help me think of a way. Don't look at me. I have no way anyway. Yi Xian shrugged. This action was something he had learned from Wang Tianjin. You're such a boring guy. It's really over this time. Even if Yi Xian had a solution, he naturally wouldn't help him. This guy had never been willing to focus on cultivation. Although this wasn't a bad thing, the god realm was filled with danger. Let's not talk about the distant future. Let's talk about the Lingbo Lake. Sooner or later, the matter would blow up. If he really encountered danger one day, Wang Tianjin wouldn't be able to survive without any means of defense. Therefore, Yi Xian was actually very supportive of his master's wife controlling Wang Tian. After returning to the fifth palace, as expected, Wang Tianjin was dragged out for the test. But surprisingly, Yi Xian was also dragged out. However, the person who pulled him back was not his master's wife, but his master. Master, where are you taking me? Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Usually, this master of his would not bother with such matters. What was going on today? Hurry up. If you're late, you'll be in trouble. Yi Xian had no choice but to run after his master. But when Yi Xian arrived, he found that there were already many disciples there. And it seemed that they were all waiting for him. Hey, Yi Xian, I thought you were going to give up this opportunity. Luckily, you arrived on time. Yi Xian's name was quite well known in the Emoshang Pavilion. Emoshang Training Camp, first place on the genius ranking. The moment he arrived, the 9 great palaces fought over him. In just half a year, he had risen several levels. Could be said that anything that happened when Yi Xian sat down was shocking. Therefore, even if Yi Xian did not want to be famous, it would be difficult. Greetings, Uncle Master. All right, I won't say any more nonsense. I don't have much confidence in which mystic realm you're going to this time. Now, take out your battlefield teleportation talismans. You must remember that you're going to the ruins of the battlefield of the gods. Although there are countless opportunities there are also countless dangers. Therefore, no matter which one of you is there, once you meet your companions, you must stick together. In the battlefield of the gods, no sect can interfere. Therefore, fighting is inevitable. Do you understand? Battlefield of the gods? What's that? Yi Xian was momentarily unable to react. Fortunately, his master reminded him in time. It turned out that when Yi Xian had just joined the sect, an elder had given him something that seemed like a teleportation talisman, and it was the proof of passage to the battlefield of the gods. After every single battle between the overgods, it was unavoidable that many treasures would be left behind on the battlefield. So, under the tacit agreement of the overgods on both sides, such a trial was held. Of course, only those below the domain enlightened spirit god realm could enter, and they would be responsible for everything after they entered. Whether they lived or died, or whether they were able to obtain any fortuitous encounters, all depended on their own luck. Yi Xian was overjoyed when he found out about the situation. The battlefield of the gods, it's actually the battlefield of the gods. Even if he was only at the heavenly god realm and could only enter the outer battlefield, it was absolutely a rare opportunity. Alright, all of you take care of yourselves. The battlefield has been opened, and all of you can enter. Along with these words, all of them crushed their battlefield teleportation talismans. To be honest, these things were very difficult to obtain, and they could only be bestowed by the overgods. Even though there seemed to be over 100 people in possession of these teleportation talismans, there would definitely be hundreds of thousands of people entering if all the organizations from the overgods' worlds were included. However, the battlefield of the overgods was extremely vast, and these hundreds of thousands of people really wouldn't be able to cause much of a stir. After the battle ended, it was unavoidable that both sides would send people to clean up the battlefield first. In that case, there would be even fewer things left behind. However, this was the battlefield of the overgods after all, and even the weakest soldier was a peak heavenly god. If they could obtain even a single treasure, it would be a great profit. If they could obtain a ring of cosmos, it would be a great fortune. Yi Xian hadn't even understood what was going on when he was urged to crush his teleportation talisman. The only thing he knew was that once they entered the battlefield of the overgods, they could clean up the battlefield to their heart's content. The way to leave was to find the teleportation portal that they had left behind. Yi Xian knew nothing about anything else. This was an opportunity, but it was also a risk. Every time they entered the battlefield of the overgods, less than a third of the people would return alive. However, all those who returned would advance by leaps and bounds, obtaining great benefits. As a result, this was why no organization would hesitate at all when they received the notice that the battlefield of the overgods had opened. They would all send their most elite disciples over. There was a flash of light, and when Yi Xian returned to his senses, he had already appeared in a strange place. There was no sun in the sky here, but it was extremely bright. There were many fortresses erected here. These were the strongholds left behind during the battle. Chapter 2184. Yi Xian was at a loss. He did not know what to do next. Suddenly, there was a burst of bright light in the distance. That light pierced through the clouds. It was so dazzling. Treasure! Yi Xian was shocked. He did not expect to find a treasure as soon as he arrived. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian's figure quickly charged forward. What treasure was that? What kind of treasure could emit such a bright light? It must be something extraordinary. Yi Xian was extremely fast. Soon, he rushed into the fortress that was emitting the light. The fortress was huge, and the materials used to build it were not ordinary. However, at this moment it was extremely dilapidated. There were many broken walls, as if it was describing the cruelty of the battle. There were bloodstains everywhere. This also told Yi Xian that there had been a large-scale battle here. Of course, most of the corpses had been collected by the two parties. Boom! Suddenly, without any warning, a powerful force exploded and attacked Yi Xian. Ding! Detected that the host is under a powerful attack. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian did not hesitate and dodged to the side. A huge black beam of light hit the spot where Yi Xian was standing. In an instant, the ground cracked. Who? Yi Xian was furious. Someone had sneakily attacked him. This was unforgivable. You can actually dodge my attack. Human kid, your luck is not bad. A voice sounded. Yi Xian had also locked on to the location. A figure covered in a huge black cloak walked out. He was 3 meters tall and had 6 arms. This meant that he was not human. System. What kind of monster is this? Ding. System checking. Ding. System notification. This person is from the Shura tribe. Host, please be careful. Shura tribe? What kind of tribe is that? Ding. System notification. The Shura tribe is a branch of the demon tribe. The Shura tribe has special divine powers. Host, please be careful. So that was it. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would meet a foreign god again in the Master God's battlefield? However, what was going on with the Azura tribe? Could it be a race under the command of another overgod? Yi Xian couldn't be sure. After all, an overgod's world was huge. Yi Xian wouldn't know if there were any foreign races in the overgod's world. However, there was one thing that he was sure of. Since this guy had attacked him, he could not be a friend. System, how is his strength? Ding! System notification. This person is a superior grade 5 heavenly god. High level 5 heavenly god. Yi Xian was now a pinnacle mid-level heavenly god, which meant that he was a mid-level 9th level heavenly god. There was only a difference of 5 levels between them. In that case, Yi Xian had the confidence to take him down. Humph! You dare to sneak attack me? Yi Xian looked at the Azura tribesman. He had already drawn the Godslayer and was ready to fight at any moment. Haha, human brat, sneak attacking you? How did I sneak attack you? I wanted to kill you fair and square. I'll give you 2 choices. First, leave behind your Qian Kuan ring and all the treasures on you. Then you can leave here alive. Second, if you can't bear to part with the treasures, then I'll come and take them myself. What an arrogant tone. Why? Did he think that just because Yi Xian's cultivation level was lower than his, he could defeat Yi Xian? Haha, sure. I'll give you another choice. Hand over your shard of godhood and I'll spare your life. Yi Xian said calmly, but his tone was cold. You're courting death. Seeing that Yi Xian had decided to resist, the Azura tribesman instantly went into battle mode. Each of his 6 hands held a magic treasure. He controlled all 6 magic treasures to attack Yi Xian at the same time. Suppress. Boom! QWPMA huge mountain suddenly appeared and pressed down on Yi Xian. This was the Azura tribesman's number 1 magic treasure, Mountain Suppression. A special mountain peak was sealed in this magic treasure. Once it was used, it could crush the enemy with absolute power. Fortunately, the system had activated its warning system. Hence, Yi Xian had already dodged the attack when Mountain Hill Town launched its attack. Hence, Yi Xian was not hurt. However, as soon as the first attack arrived, the Azura tribesman's attacks began to come one after another. Slash! Rip! A huge wave of sword chi rushed towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian had no time to dodge. Fortunately, the sword chi's power was average and the god-slaying sword's defense was enough to block it. However, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to dodge the next attack. The magic treasures on this fellow's 6 hands were all extraordinary. The 6 magic treasures took turns to attack, and for a moment, they actually caused Yi Xian to continuously retreat. He could only defend and didn't have the ability to counterattack. Damn it! Yi Xian was shocked. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Thousand Beasts Sword Servant. Yi Xian did not hesitate. He summoned the Thousand Beasts Sword Servant. As soon as the Thousand Beasts Sword Servant appeared, it used its ultimate move. Thousand Beasts Attack. God-level mount. Crush him. Boom, boom, boom. God-level mounts appeared one after another. As soon as they appeared, they charged towards the Azura tribesmen. The earth-shattering aura caused the Azura clansmen who were caught off guard to be aghast. Human boy, you can summon so many powerful beasts. You must have some special magic treasures on you. However, from today onwards, those magic treasures are mine. Do you think you're the only one who can summon war beasts? I can do it too. Come out, my partner, Azura. Yuxia. This guy had also summoned his war beasts, but they were not divine beasts. They were Azura and Yuxia. Kid, I'll let you experience the might of the Azura and Yuxia I meticulously refined. Haha. My 2 little darlings have not eaten fresh human flesh for a very long time. You should be honored to be able to become their food. Only an idiot would be willing to become the food of these 2 ugly monsters. Yi Xian's brows raised when he heard this. He paid no attention to the Azura tribesmen at all, and he just urged his mount to charge over. In next to no time, his mount had entered into battle with the Azura and Yuxia. However, those 2 fellows were monsters with 6 hands as well. Moreover, they possessed cultivations at the domain enlightened spirit god realm. For a time, Yi Xian's mount was unable to defeat them, not to mention that he had the help of the Azura tribesmen. Could be said that having 6 hands was much more advantageous than having 2. However, so what? Suddenly, Yi Xian tossed the Godslayer over. Wei Jintian directly took control of the Godslayer and joined the battle. The Godslayer was a sword, so it could disregard many Azura tribesmen's attacks. However, with Wei Jintian as its artifact spirit, the Godslayer was able to erupt with extremely formidable combat strength, and the Azura tribesman was utterly unable to defend against it. 2 rays of light shot out at the same time. It was the Godslayer slash. However, their targets were the Azura and Yuxia. Chapter 2185. To be more precise, it was an instant kill. It wasn't strange for critical strikes to occur. After all, the Godslayer would naturally erupt with critical strikes when facing a Xenorace expert. However, it was quite rare for both swords to trigger the one-hit kill effect. My Azura! My Yuxia! Damn it! Human kid! I'll kill you! The Azura clansman was simply on the verge of going mad when he saw his 2 combat beasts being killed. With his cultivation, refining domain enlightened spirit god realm Azuras and Yuxias wasn't so easy. Unlike the human race, the Azura clan had a tradition that only their own things could be refined. In other words, he'd gone through great difficulty and danger to refine these 2 Azura and Yuxia, and they were his greatest pride. It was precisely by relying on his ability to surmount his realm of cultivation to refine Azura and Yuxia that he'd obtained the opportunity to enter the high god battlefield. At this moment, how could he not be furious when he saw his greatest pride being killed so easily by Yi Xian? Unfortunately, so what if he was furious? He was completely surrounded by god rank mounts now, and Wei Jintian was controlling the Godslayer and preparing to launch a surprise attack at any moment. In such a situation, the Azura clansman was already destined to be defeated. However, Yi Xian didn't have any intention to kill him right away. After all, it was the first time Yi Xian had encountered an Azura clansman, so who knew if he would encounter one in the future? This Azura clansman was clearly slightly careless. So Yi Xian needed to know more about the Azura clan. Spiritual sense control. Yi Xian directly activated spiritual sense control. This fellow was completely surrounded by god rank mounts now, and he had to fight with all his might. So, he wasn't able to defend himself in time when he was suddenly invaded by divine sense. In merely the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had taken complete control of him. Master! The god rank mounts retreated while the Godslayer returned to Yi Xian's side. On the other hand, the Azura clansmen had already knelt on the ground. Yi Xian didn't take control of this fellow forever. In Yi Xian's opinion, taking control of this fellow forever wouldn't benefit him at all. All right, tell me everything you know about the Azura tribe. Yi Xian collected all kinds of magic treasures and cosmos rings from the Azura clan member while listening to his narration. As expected, he wasn't someone from Yi Xian's overgod's world. He was from a different race. Yi Xian learned from the Azura tribesmen that there were countless races in the Master God's realm, and the human tribe was the lowest in status. Yi Xian seemed to have understood why he, the Lord God, kept waging war. Damn it! Damn it! Suddenly, that guy let out an extremely angry roar. Are you awake now? Then you can die now. This time, Yi Xian's control lasted less than 2 hours. Although Yi Xian managed to obtain some information during this time, it was still too short. It seemed that the spiritual sense control skill still had some flaws. Of course, now was not the time to talk about this. The god-slaying sword flew out abruptly and killed that person with a single slash. Devouring hand. Yi Xian couldn't devour the body of the Azura tribesmen, but Azura and Wuxia could. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through. You are now a first-class superior divine god. Previously, Yi Xian had devoured many magic treasures. This time, after devouring the bodies of Azura and Wuxia, he unexpectedly broke through to the intermediate divine god realm. What a pauper! I thought he would give me something good. But there's nothing. Yi Xian looked at the Azura tribesman's cosmos ring and felt a little depressed. Most of the items in this guy's cosmos ring were black stones. Most importantly, they were of no use to Yi Xian. Fortunately, Yi Xian's target wasn't this Azura tribesman. After dealing with this person, Yi Xian quickly walked towards the interior of the ruins. Just what kind of treasure was able to emit such a powerful light just now? However, when Yi Xian arrived, he was shocked to find that there was no treasure at all. This was all a scam by the Azura tribesmen. He had deliberately used a special method to emit the treasure light in order to attract people here, so that he could kill them and steal the treasure. Yi Xian didn't know if this guy's trick had worked before, but this time, he had targeted Yi Xian. Obviously, he had targeted the wrong person. However, although Yi Xian knew that there was no treasure here, the others didn't. Therefore, Yi Xian wasn't the only one who had been attracted by the treasure light. It's here. The treasure must be inside. A group of people rushed over. These guys were quite lucky. At least they weren't like Yi Xian, who had been transported here alone. However, they were also unlucky. They didn't expect to find Yi Xian instead of the treasure they were looking for. Someone's here? Looks like someone got here first. Kid, hand over the treasure and you can leave. Otherwise, we can only do it ourselves. All of these people were at the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Yi Xian knew that it was useless even if he tried to explain himself. Because in their eyes, they were certain that he had seized the treasure. I know. Let me tell all of you that I've just arrived here and haven't noticed anything. You'll definitely not believe me. However, I'm telling the truth. There really is nothing here. Kid, do you think we'll believe you just because you say that? Hand over the treasure and you can leave. Otherwise, you can dream of leaving alive today. Yi Xian shook his head. His god rank mount had entered a period of cooldown, so it was utterly impossible for Yi Xian to deal with so many of them by himself. Looks like I can only retreat for now. I told you that there are no treasures here. As for whether you believe me or not, that's your problem. Megatron. Even though Megatron had become the artifact spirit of the Godslayer sword, he hadn't lost his original ability. So, Yi Xian directly summoned Megatron and transformed it into a flying sword. QWPM perhaps treasures like flying swords had really fallen behind in the god realm. However, it wasn't impossible to use them in some special environments. For example, it would be inconvenient to utilize large magic treasures like flying boats within the ruins of the fort. Yi Xian didn't waste any time, and he directly leaped onto Megatron and fled at full speed. Pursue him. Damn it. This fellow definitely seized the treasure. Pursue him and the treasure will be ours. When they saw Yi Xian flee directly, They were even more certain that Yi Xian was the person that seized the treasure here. In an instant, numerous rays of light appeared incessantly, and it was those people who were controlling their flying magic treasures to pursue Yi Xian. Unfortunately, they'd underestimated Yi Xian's speed. Yi Xian didn't know how much time had passed, but fortunately, he'd already escaped his pursuers. However, Yi Xian could simply be said to have been in a panic just now, and he hadn't carefully observed where he was heading at all. Chapter 2186. Unknowingly, he had actually charged into the core region of the battlefield. It should be known that in the Master God's battlefield, super experts would fall at any time. Even though the Master God's battlefield was a supreme existence created by two Master Gods, the chaos inside was still unimaginable to ordinary people. In the battlefield of the sovereigns, the most dangerous thing was not the other people fighting for treasures, nor were the traps that could appear at any time. QWPM instead, it was endless negative emotions. Ding! System prompt, please take note. Host, please take note. Host, please leave this place immediately. Otherwise, your mind will be eroded by the endless killing intent, and you may even lose your nature. The system's warning sounded. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Without any hesitation, he released his divine sense and set up a strong protection around his body. At least this way, he could resist the endless killing intent for a short period of time. In the core zone, endless killing intent and countless remnant thoughts filled the entire space. These were all left behind by the super experts. Madness, bloodshed, brutality, wailing, crying, and other negative emotions filled the core zone of the creator space. From time to time, the echoes of the experts' battles could be heard. What was the echo of battle? Echoes were easy to understand, and the echoes of battle referred to the various powerful attacks unleashed by some super experts during battle. Even after millions of years, there would still be traces of them. Back then, the sword intent in the Lingbo Lake was actually a kind of echo. One could only imagine how terrifying this was. Yi Xian didn't dare to make the slightest movement. He didn't feel it when he rushed in, but now Yi Xian knew how terrifying this place was. Die! Boom! A bolt of lightning exploded in an instant, shattering even the void. However, this was not real. It was an illusion that possessed great power. Yi Xian clearly knew that it was just a replay of the battle. However, he'd only seen it once and was intimidated by the auras of the two experts. Poochie! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Xian was seriously injured. So powerful. They were really strong. Even though they had been dead for tens of thousands of years, the afterimages they left behind were still able to severely injure Yi Xian. Yi Xian knew that if he stayed, he would only be waiting for death. Therefore, no matter how dangerous it was, Yi Xian had to leave this place. On the side of Yi Xian, there was the ruins of a fortress. Clearly, a battle had broken out there. It could be said that the more dangerous a place was, the more dangerous it was. However, Yi Xian had no other choice. If Yi Xian stayed outside, the afterimages of battle that could appear at any time, or even the corrosion of killing intent and negative emotions would be enough to kill him. However, if they went to the fortress, they would have some hope of surviving. This was a test. Either Yi Xian could find a way to survive in the ruins of the fortress, or Yi Xian would be left outside to die. As for which choice to make, it was already very obvious. Between waiting for death and taking a gamble, Yi Xian naturally chose the latter. Ding! Warning! Warning! Please leave this place immediately. Please leave this place immediately. The system kept sending out warnings, but Yi Xian could only smile bitterly. Of course, he wanted to leave, but he could only take one step at a time. First of all, the pressure here made it impossible for Yi Xian to move at full speed. Just the inexplicable echo attacks that appeared from time to time were enough to force Yi Xian to move forward slowly. Boom! A loud sound rang in his ears. Yi Xian didn't need to turn around to know that it was just an afterimage of a battle. However, even if he knew, what could he do? The pressure from the afterimage still injured Yi Xian. Move forward, step by step, constantly moving forward. Yi Xian had no choice. Everything depended on the will of the heavens. Perhaps the will of the heavens was still on Yi Xian's side. Therefore, he successfully entered the ruins of the fortress. Just as Yi Xian had expected, there were more and more afterimages here, and Yi Xian was injured time and time again. Yi Xian was helpless. He could only grit his teeth and move forward. There was nothing else he could do. These attacks were not targeted at Yi Xian. These attacks were just afterimages, and they were just afterimages, but they were already enough to make Yi Xian so miserable. One could imagine how powerful these afterimages were left behind by powerful experts. One could also imagine how cruel this battlefield of the sovereigns was. Yi Xian's divine consciousness was attacked time and time again. There were even a few times when it was almost broken through. If his divine consciousness defense was broken through, it was possible that, in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian would be corroded by the killing intent here and turn into a walking corpse. As for Yi Xian's body, it was even worse. It was damaged time and time again, and then repaired time and time again with the help of his powerful bloodline. However, before the wounds from the last time could be completely healed, new wounds would arrive. If someone saw Yi Xian's appearance now, they would probably not be able to confirm whether he was a person or not. This was because apart from his silhouette, he did not look like a person at all. This was the battlefield of the sovereigns, a powerful and cruel battlefield of the sovereigns. There's light. Suddenly, Yi Xian saw a ray of light in front of him. It seemed to be something like a door. Yi Xian was not in the mood to investigate. He walked in almost instinctively. However, the moment he walked in, he fainted. After an indeterminate amount of time, or at least Yi Xian did not know how much time had passed. Finally, Yi Xian's body moved slightly. With the help of his powerful bloodline, Yi Xian, who was about to lose all signs of life, finally woke up. However, Yi Xian was still extremely weak. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. This time he had suffered a great loss. Most importantly, he did not know how to get out of here again. He could not possibly be trapped here forever. Ding! System notification. Host has triggered the effect of life and death refinement. Body's recovery ability has temporarily decreased. Ding! System notification. Host has suffered a serious injury. Host's cultivation level has temporarily decreased. Host's current cultivation level has dropped to lower rank 1 true god. Another piece of bad news. Then what other bad news was there? Why not say it all at once? Fortunately, there wasn't any bad news after that. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. Host has entered a special sealed space. Special sealed space? What did that mean? Yi Xian sat up. Currently, Yi Xian was extremely weak. However, the situation around him made him feel strange. At first, Yi Xian did not notice it. However, now, Yi Xian realized that the place he was in was like a water surface. There were stars in the sky. The reflection under the water surface was another starry sky. What was going on? Chapter 2187. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Other than the surface of the lake, there was nothing else. Even Yi Xian was lying on the surface of the lake. Where was this place? Yi Xian stood up and casually walked a few steps. At this moment, he was surrounded by stars. It was a very strange feeling. If not for Yi Xian being able to walk around here, he would have suspected that he had fallen into the stars. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was feeling puzzled, a huge illusory figure appeared. The figure was so huge that just one eye was enough to make Yi Xian feel like it was comparable to a planet. Even Yi Xian could not see the full extent of the illusory figure. Finally, someone came in. It was only 7 words, but the illusory figure spoke for almost 2 hours. These 7 words had been spoken for 2 hours. One could imagine how Yi Xian felt. "Who are you?" Yi Xian asked. However, he regretted it the moment the words left his mouth because he knew that it would take at least 2 hours for the illusory figure to reply. "Haha, who am I? You actually asked who I am? You came into my space. Don't you know who I am? I am Mirror Image Fate." Sure enough, Yi Xian's prediction was right. This time, he waited for half a day. Yi Xian was about to doze off from waiting. Yi Xian was speechless at the way the illusory figure was talking. Yi Xian did not dare to ask any random questions in the following conversation. He had to get to the point. How can I leave this place? Yi Xian asked the question he wanted to know the most. If you want to leave this place, it's very simple. As long as you can walk out, as long as you can subdue me, then you can come out. Wasn't this nonsense? Yi Xian was speechless. If he could walk out, would he still need this guy to tell him? Helpless, Yi Xian could only get up and start investigating. This investigation lasted for 2 whole days. However, they didn't find anything during these 2 days. However, 2 days later, that voice sounded again. I can give you a hint. As long as you can defeat the 8 guardians inside and outside the realm, you will be able to walk out. After all this time, that guy was just taking a breather. Damn it. While he was taking a breather, Yi Xian had already spent 2 days here. Right now, Yi Xian was basically certain that he was actually in the space of the mirror image fate. This was also why it was so difficult for him to converse with the shadow. Who would have thought that Yi Xian, who had come here to search for treasures, would fall into the treasure space before he could find any. However, without this mirror image fate, Yi Xian would probably be in for a tragedy. QWPM defeating the 8 great protectors? Fortunately, the goal was quite clear. This way, Yi Xian would not be too confused. With a target in mind, Yi Xian knew what to do next. In the beginning, Yi Xian had thought that the 8 great protectors were the shadow of the artifact spirit of mirror image fate, because a magic treasure could only have 1 artifact spirit. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally thought that it was the shadow of the artifact spirit. However, when Yi Xian really met the first guardian, he realized that he was the one who had misunderstood. This guardian was a kind of inheritance. If one said that it was a living being, it indeed had the characteristics of a living being. If one said that it was an object, it was indeed an object. Yi Xian did not know what it was at all, and the so-called defeat was not entirely a battle. From the moment he saw the first guardian, Yi Xian already knew. Little guy, welcome to my world. I don't care who you are, nor can I do anything about it. However, since you can come to mirror image fate, then it is fate between you and me. I was originally one of the 10 great generals under the Master God, but I fell into an enemy's ambush and died here. At the last moment, I used my natal magic treasure to refine mirror image fate. I did so because I did not want this mirror image ultimate skill to end in my hands. Little guy, I don't know what your potential is like, so I set up an eternal seal. If you can learn my mirror image mystique, then you can leave this place. However, if you can't learn it, you will stay here forever until your divine meridians dry up. The mirror image mystique is divided into 7 levels. The first 7 inherited mirror images each have a level of inheritance, and the 8th inherited mirror image is a puppet that I refined. As long as you can defeat it, you can leave this place, and mirror image fate will be gifted to you as well. Work hard. Inheritance mirror image mystique? Treasure hunting, treasure hunting. However, Yi Xian did not expect that he would find the treasure in such a way. From this moment onwards, Yi Xian could only choose to cultivate. This was because if he wanted to leave, there was no other way but to learn the mirror image mystique. Time flew by like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. At this moment, in the outside world, Mo Shangji's 5th Hall Master was pleading in despair. Senior brother, wait a little longer. Wait a month. This is the last month. I believe that Yi Xian will be fine. He will definitely be able to come out. Behind the 5th Hall Master, almost all the disciples of the 5th Hall had gathered. Today was the day that the Master God's battlefield would close. 1 year. If Yi Xian had not come out after 1 year, then it was basically certain that he would not be able to come out. The flow of time in the Master God's space was different from the outside world. After all, it was built for battle. Therefore, 1 day in the outside world was 50 days in the Master God's space. In other words, although it had only been a year in the outside world, Yi Xian had been trapped for a full 50 years. In the Master God's world, Mo Shanggu was only a small faction. Naturally, they could only enter the outermost regions. Even if their disciples wanted to enter further, their cultivation was not enough. In the Master God's battlefield, there were countless teleportation portals. This was because every ruined fortress had a teleportation portal. In fact, no disciples had returned in the past half a year. The The suggestion to close the teleportation portals had not just been made today. It was because of the Fifth Hall's insistence that it had been delayed until now. Junior brother, I know that you are worried about your disciple. However, it has already been a year. If Yi Xian still hasn't come out, I'm afraid that he has already met his end. You know that maintaining the teleportation portals requires a large amount of resources. We can't just wait here and do nothing. Senior brother, just 1 month. It's the last month. Furthermore, the Fifth Hall will provide all the resources. If Yi Xian still hasn't come out after a month, I will not stop you. Sigh, all right? Since you are willing to use your own resources to maintain the teleportation portals, I won't say anything. You are on your own now. Yi Xian had no idea what his cheap master was doing for him outside. At this moment, Yi Xian had already successfully learned the 7th level of the mirror image mystique and was preparing for the final challenge. Chapter 2188. What an impressive mirror image mystique. System, did you see that? This mirror image mystique is too powerful. Yi Xian was very excited. He only knew how powerful this mirror image mystique was after he learned it. Yi Xian did not know what kind of person had invented this mirror image mystique. But he knew that this mystique should not exist in this world. In fact, even the system could not analyze the mystery behind this mystique. According to the system, this mystique could only be created by someone who had a basic understanding of the laws of time and space. It could be said that even a Lord God would not be able to create something like this. So what kind of mystique was this? Simply put, it was a double copy. Yi Xian could use this mystique to duplicate anything. As long as he had the resources, even if Yi Xian had to duplicate the system, he could do it. As for duplicating anything else, there was no need to even mention it. Of course, duplicating the system was just a fantasy. The amount of resources required would probably not be enough even if the entire realm of the gods was packed up. It was also because the system could only perform a simple analysis that Yi Xian had to spend so much time on it. At this moment, Yi Xian only needed resources. As long as he had the resources, he could duplicate anything he wanted. What a terrifying mystique. It could be said that it was a miraculous mystique. In mirror image fate, he could duplicate anything that Yi Xian wanted. After all, these were all virtual. Therefore, Yi Xian had successfully duplicated everything he had, except for the system, in preparation for the final challenge. Yi Xian could not imagine what the final challenge would be like. But he knew that it would not be simple. Was it finally time for the final challenge? Yi Xian looked at the final figure in front of him with a cold gaze. This battle was the time to verify Yi Xian's achievements during this period. What he gained would depend on this final battle. Congratulations, you've finally reached this step. If you can defeat the shadow in front of you, you can leave this place. If you can't, you should know the consequences. In order to be fair to you, your virtual Chenquin world will have the same resources as that illusory figure's Chenquin rank. Also, all the mirror images that you condense during cultivation will be cancelled. Battle. How you perform will depend on your own performance. Along with this voice, the mirror images that Yi Xian had prepared earlier all disappeared. Yi Xian was speechless. If he had known this would happen, he would not have spent so much time creating these things. However, now that things had come to this, there was no need to care about it anymore. This illusory figure was the same as the previous illusory figure. It was impossible to tell what it looked like, only a silhouette. However, Yi Xian knew very well that this projection wasn't easy to deal with. Boom! Suddenly, the projection took the initiative to attack. Suddenly, a flame divine dragon pounced towards Yi Xian. Even though Yi Xian knew that all of this was illusory, that powerful aura and blazing aura still made him feel very uncomfortable. Flame divine dragon. Then, I'll duplicate your flame divine dragon. Yi Xian's eyes were fixed on the flame divine dragon. Meanwhile, the system had already begun its analysis. One by one, the virtual materials disappeared from Yi Xian's virtual Chenquin ring. QWPM moments later, with a wave of Yi Xian's hand, an identical flame divine dragon appeared. The two flame divine dragons collided in the air, and a powerful aura spread out. Yi Xian couldn't help but take a step back. However, this was only the beginning of the battle. Yi Xian's movements were extremely fast. A godslayer slowly appeared beside him. However, this wasn't enough. Yi Xian also wanted to mirror Wei Zhentian. This was because only a godslayer with Wei Zhentian would be able to unleash a powerful attack. A moment later, the two identical godslayer swords charged toward the phantom. The projection's reaction wasn't slow. In an instant, layers of defense were raised. However, the power of the godslayer wasn't something that could be blocked by these ordinary shields. Boom! 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 The shields were shattered. The two godslayers pierced through the projection's body at the same time. Was he going to win just like that? Even Yi Xian couldn't believe it. Oh no! Yi Xian's figure moved and instantly disappeared from his original spot. As soon as he disappeared, a terrifying attack came at him. As it turned out, when Yi Xian was mirroring the godslayer and Wei Zhentian, the projection wasn't idle either. It actually mirrored an identical version of itself. The projection was real. However, there was a difference between the primary and secondary. If the projection was destroyed, the primary would not be affected. However, if the primary disappeared, the projection would also disappear. This was a bit like an ordinary duplication mystique. Of course, the duplication mystique wasn't as powerful as the mirror image mystique. The projection possessed 100% of the same abilities as the primary body. Furthermore, it could have its own consciousness. In this way, the projection could be called an enhanced version of duplication. With the help of the system, Yi Xian could even mirror other people's mystiques and so on. Although this projection required Xiaoyao's resources to create. However, even so, it was still incomparably tempting. Yi Xian's reaction wasn't slow. His figure dodged continuously in the air. However, the projection stuck close to Yi Xian, making it difficult for Yi Xian to escape. Fortunately, the two godslayers rushed back in time and started attacking the projection. Only then did Yi Xian break free. Damn it! I'd like to see how you're going to break out of this. This time, Yi Xian was going to mirror the 1,000 Beasts sword servants. Yi Xian moved quickly. While the two godslayers were delaying the enemy, Yi Xian quickly used his resources to construct the 1,000 Beasts sword servants. Then, with Yi Xian's command, the 2,000 Beasts sword servants activated their ultimate move, 1,000 Beasts Advance. 2,000 god-level mounts appeared out of thin air. Moreover, the ones that appeared were only platinum-level god-level mounts. There were close to 100 of them. Terrifying numbers, terrifying power. The super-strong person who created this mirror image fate had never thought that there would be a day when the person who succeeded in inheriting his legacy would be a person 100 times more powerful than him. Yes, he would never have thought that Yi Xian would be so powerful. This power didn't come from Yi Xian's realm. It came from the treasures and skills that Yi Xian possessed. These treasures and skills were simply too powerful. The 2,000 Beasts sword attendants unleashed their ultimate moves and flattened the phantom. Chapter 2189. When the last shadow disappeared, Yi Xian was automatically teleported out. Ding! Host's bloodline has been successfully strengthened. Host, please note that your bloodline has reached the highest level of strengthening. Host cannot continue to strengthen your bloodline before a breakthrough. Ding! Host's weakened state has ended. Host has regained his original divine power. Rank 1 Upper Heavenly God. Following the system's notification, Yi Xian was finally out. In his hand, he was holding a mirror-like treasure. It seemed that this was mirror fate. This was the thing that had trapped Yi Xian for so long. Yi Xian looked at the treasure in his hand but did not say anything. A teleportation portal. Suddenly, Yi Xian saw a teleportation portal. To be honest, Yi Xian had seen countless teleportation portals. However, the one in front of him was undoubtedly the most familiar one. Outside the ruins of the fortress, there was still endless slaughter and endless remnant thoughts. He was now in the core area of the battlefield of the sovereigns. Originally, Yi Xian did not have much hope of leaving. At the very least, he did not expect to be able to leave so easily. However, this teleportation portal made Yi Xian extremely happy. Even Yi Xian did not know where this teleportation portal led to. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian stepped into the teleportation portal. However, a strange scene occurred. Suddenly, Beams of light shot out from the teleportation portal and locked onto Yi Xian, as if automatically searching for something. Yi Xian was stunned and became more and more shocked. Could this be a directional memory teleportation portal? I did not expect such a thing to really exist. This teleportation portal can remember all teleportation activities within a restricted area. No matter where you enter, if you want to leave, you just have to step into any of the portals and you can leave. Yi Xian had heard of such a thing before. However, he had always thought that it was a legend. He did not expect it to be true. At this moment in Emoshanga, the Fifth Hall Master and everyone in the Fifth Hall were waiting silently. Today was the last day of the deadline. Suddenly, a faint light came from the teleportation portal. Didn't this light signify that someone was about to pass through the teleportation array? In an instant, everyone's spirits were lifted. Could it be that Yi Xian had returned? Light swirled around and a figure appeared. If it wasn't Yi Xian, then who else could it be? Good boy. I knew you wouldn't die. Tianjin Wang strode to Yi Xian's side and gave Yi Xian a fierce punch. However, there were tears in his eyes. What's wrong with you guys? Something seemed to be lightly stirred in Yi Xian's heart. Isn't it all because of you, kid? Half a year ago, everyone who was able to return had already returned, but you were nowhere to be seen. It's been more than half a year. Later on, the sect was unwilling to wait any longer, but it was my father who insisted on it. Furthermore, he used the resources of the Fifth Hall to support the teleportation array. In order to prevent the sect from closing, he brought us along to guard this place. Yi Xian was shocked. He even felt his nose tingle. Some words were easy to say, but they weren't so easy to do. Suddenly, Yi Xian laughed. Master, you're so good to your disciple. It seems like your disciple will have to work harder in the future, so that he can take care of you when you're old. It was as if the first sentence was a joke, but only Yi Xian himself knew what kind of weight these words held. If Yi Xian had only felt a sense of belonging to the Fifth Hall before, then Yi Xian had already treated the Fifth Hall as his second home. To Yi Xian, his enemies had to be ruthlessly suppressed and destroyed. However, Yi Xian would repay those who were good to him 100 times over. Because Yi Xian had the right to say such things. Yi Xian's return surprised many people. Of course, Yi Xian was a disciple of the Fifth Hall. The others were just surprised and didn't say much. Only the Fifth Hall held a grand celebration. However, before the celebration even began, Yi Xian first received a voice transmission talisman from his master's wife. It's for you. It was delivered a few months ago. It's from an aunt's family. She claimed to be your maid and said that she had an urgent matter to inform you. In the end, you didn't come out, so I took care of it for you. Thank you, master's wife. Yi Xian lightly smiled as he directly crushed the sound transmission talisman. It was indeed Fian's voice. However, Fian's report shocked Yi Xian. Master Ku of Lingshen Pavilion asked me to tell you to be prepared. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be a huge change in Lingbo Lake in half a year. Moreover, they have no confidence in winning. Master Ku asked me to tell you that you must leave Lingbo Lake immediately. Otherwise, it will be difficult to guarantee your safety. The words were short, but Yi Xian already understood what had happened. Could be said that, strictly speaking, Yi Xian's trip to the Master God's battlefield this time was simply a waste of time. Apart from obtaining a mirror of unknown use, he had obtained a remarkable ability that required a large amount of resources to activate. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had suffered a loss. However, he did not expect that, as soon as he came out, there would be a huge change outside. Lingbo Lake. Was it the ancient sword intent? Yi Xian had to obtain that item, even if Yi Xian knew that it was incomparably dangerous. However, no matter how dangerous it was, could it be more dangerous than the Master God's battlefield? There, Yi Xian could be said to have died once. Could the ancient sword intent be more powerful than the Master God's space? Master's wife, disciple. Disciple wants to leave for a period of time to deal with some matters. Master's wife knows what you want to do. However, Master's wife forbids you from going. It's too dangerous there. You're not strong enough. Yi Xian was slightly shocked. It was not strange that Master's wife could guess what he wanted to do. However, why was she forbidding him from going? Master's wife, disciple must go. This matter was caused by disciple. Disciple must take responsibility until the end. To be honest, Yi Xian was very timid in the fifth hall. The reason was simple. He had something he was concerned about. Otherwise, he would not need to ask for master's wife's permission. However, for Yi Xian, concern was not a burden. Anyway, I don't agree. Even if you go to your master, it's useless. If I say that you're not allowed to go, then no one can let you leave. She was right. Master's wife's words were 100 times more effective than his master's. What should he do? Yi Xian was conflicted. However, as soon as his master's wife left, he saw his master sneaking over to Yi Xian like a thief. Master, what are you doing? Shu, lower your voice. Do you want your master's wife to hear you? Here. Yi Xian was stunned. He did not know what his master gave him. What are you looking at? Do you think we're all fools? That little girl called Fian has come to our fifth hall several times in the past few months. Moreover, do you think we don't know about such a big matter? Chapter 2190. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. I will, Master. Even if I find out, I'll say that I sneaked away. You know what's good for you. But remember, don't let your senior brother Wang know about this. That bastard wants to be a hero every day. He doesn't even know that this is a place where he can go. If he has half of your brain, I'll let him go too. All right. Tell me, what did you get this time? Took you so long. Yi Xian was speechless. He really didn't know what to say. QWPM, however, Yi Xian didn't hide it. He handed the realm fate to the fifth palace master. Wow, it's this treasure. My God, you're good. Don't say anything. I want this. If you don't give it to me, I'll take it. F***CK. This treasure is a super good item to be used as a cultivation secret realm. I heard that it was lost a long time ago. I didn't expect you to get it. Yi Xian was speechless. You can't bully me like this. Master, do you know what this is? It's the realm fate. Do you think I'm stupid? Okay, go play somewhere else. I'm going to talk to my wife about how to use this realm fate to create a cultivation secret realm for the fifth palace. What else could Yi Xian say? This item was useless in Yi Xian's hands. He could only accept that his master took it away. However, he remembered that his master gave him a Chen Kuan ring. He didn't know what it was. System, check if there's anything useful in this Chen Kuan ring. If there's nothing useful, devour it. Yi Xian didn't pay much attention to it because he thought that his master wouldn't give him too many good things. Unfortunately, when the system notification sounded, he knew what his master had given him. Ding! The host has broken through. He is now a superior grade 5 heavenly god. What? He rose by 4 levels. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. What's going on? System, what's in the Chen Kuan ring? Ding! System notification. There are 1,372 different kinds of resources and treasures in the Chen Kuan ring. There are 50 million divine gems in it. That's why the host rose by 4 levels. F***CK. Yi Xian reckoned that this upgrade was the most depressing one among the countless upgrades he had experienced. This was because Yi Xian could already guess what his master had given him. It was very likely that it was the treasury of the fifth hall. He had long heard that the fifth palace was relatively poor, so the treasury was directly stored in universe rings. From the looks of it, it was true. Furthermore, Yi Xian had swallowed it all in one gulp. Damn your grandpa! Yi Xian was extremely depressed. How was he going to explain this to his master? These were the entire assets of the fifth hall. In the end, they were swallowed up by Yi Xian. Why didn't Yi Xian take a second look just now? In fact, as Yi Xian's level increased, the amount of resources he needed to devour to level up increased. Moreover, the quality of the resources he needed was also very high. However, he had swallowed all the treasures of the fifth hall in one go. What could Yi Xian say? It seemed that he had to hide from his master for a period of time. Otherwise, if his master asked him for something one day and he couldn't take it out, then there would be trouble. That night, Yi Xian left a voice transmission talisman and slipped away. Of course, it wasn't a problem for the 6 elders of the fifth hall to discover him. However, everyone knew what Yi Xian wanted to do, so no one cared. How could they know that Yi Xian was in such a hurry to leave now, not just because of the Lingbo Lake matter? After meeting up with Fian, Yi Xian realized just how dire the situation was. After Yi Xian left, the many experts led by Emoshang's training camp couldn't do anything about the seal at all. Even Missing Moon couldn't break it. Instead, the demonized fishmen occupied the bridgehead. However, why did Yi Xian leave Emoshang's training camp? Why did he hide? Everyone was well aware of this, so no one had the nerve to ask Yi Xian to break the seal. At the beginning, the so-called siege was just an excuse. The fundamental reason was that they couldn't open the seal. After mobilizing countless people, and under the joint efforts of dozens of seal masters led by Master Missing Moon, they finally succeeded in opening a gap half a year ago. But the situation inside left them incomparably stunned. In just half a year, most of the mermaids and fishmen on the island had been demonized, and the reason for the revival of the ancient sword intent was finally found out. It turned out that there was the corpse of an ancient divine beast on this small island. The ancient sword intent had fused with the corpse of this ancient divine beast and evolved into a terrifying existence that was half demon and half spirit, half human and half beast. Outside the island, there was an ancient restriction. No one knew what the restriction was used for, but it was able to temporarily suppress the monster. However, the demonized fishmen inside were not suppressed. The war had officially broken out 3 months ago. Several battles had already broken out around the entrance of the small bridge. Yi Xian and Fian were extremely fast. By the time they'd arrived just in time for a battle to break out. On one side were the demonized fishmen guarding the bridgehead, while on the other side were the disciples of various factions, including Emoshang's training camp. Over 100 people were fighting in that small area. Fishmen and human disciples were constantly falling. However, not long after their deaths, the demonized fishmen only needed a wisp of black smoke to float over the island to revive them. There was no point in fighting such a battle because the enemy was an unkillable monster. Even if they killed them thousands of times, what was the point? I suggest we leave immediately. If this continues, what good will it do us besides increase the number of casualties? Yi Lixio. It was actually this guy. Yi Xian had just arrived outside the command center when he heard Yi Lixio's voice. Moreover, it was the voice that suggested retreat. What did you say? Seventh Prince, your Dark Knight Empire is far away. Do you think letting these demonized fishmen out won't affect you? What I want to tell you is that once these demonized fishmen come out, even your Dark Knight Empire won't have any peace. Everyone probably hasn't forgotten how the ancient sword intent swept through Emoshang's 100 territories. If we leave now, then the tragedy from last time will repeat itself. That's right, I'm the same. We can't leave. If we do, the consequences will be unimaginable. We can only think of a way to destroy these demonized fishmen here. We can't let them spread out. Otherwise, the destruction this time will be even greater. Chapter 2191. It was the 9th Prince's voice again. That fellow seems as if he won't be satisfied until they retreat. I wonder what benefits he'll get from making them retreat. Suddenly, Yi Xian's heart jerked. Benefits? Who would want to see the world fall into chaos the most? It's probably the Annihilation Organization. Could it be that the Annihilation Organization is behind this as well? After all, if it really was the Annihilation Organization, then it wouldn't take much effort to bribe the tiny Dark Knight Empire. When he thought up to here, Yi Xian walked forward with large strides and spoke loudly. We can't retreat. We can't allow these devilized fishmen to leave this island. Otherwise, it'll definitely be a calamity. Yi Xian. It's actually him. Didn't that fellow vanish for over a year? Why has he suddenly appeared again? What does he intend to do? Everyone discussed animatedly. Can't be, right? That fellow has advanced again. My God. He's actually already at the high-level heavenly god realm. His cultivation speed is simply too terrifying. Who says he isn't? That guy, every time I see him, he would increase his cultivation level. How exactly does he do it? Could it be that there's someone even more terrifying than him who can increase his cultivation level so quickly? As they watched Yi Xian walk over step by step, everyone consciously opened up a path for him. It was even to the extent that even those domain-enlightened spirit gods subconsciously moved aside when they saw Yi Xian. The leveling speed that Yi Xian displayed was simply too terrifying. Perhaps Yi Xian was at the heavenly god realm when they met him this time, but perhaps Yi Xian's strength would surpass them the next time they met him. No matter who it was, they would instinctively maintain a certain level of respect towards such a genius who possessed boundless natural talent. Grandmaster Yi, what are you doing here? Grandmaster Moonless frowned as he gazed at Yi Xian. Looks like he seems to be aware of Yi Xian's other identity now. Yi Xian grinned at Grandmaster Moonless and spoke. Retreat? We definitely can't retreat. I can set up an absolute defense formation for you all to take care of the injured disciples. However, if we don't destroy this island, it will definitely cause an unnecessary catastrophe. Therefore, I suggest that we take advantage of the fact that these demonized fishmen are trapped and finish them off here. Humph? Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to speak here? Seeing that Yi Xian dared to ruin his plans, Yi Lixio was furious. However, Yi Xian couldn't even be bothered to look at him. I know that you are most worried about the demon fishman's unlimited resurrection ability. Leave this to me. I'll think of a way to set up a restriction so that the black gas can't enter the battle zone. After that, I'll deal with all the corpses of the fishmen. This way, the demon fishmen will become fewer and fewer. At that time, we will have a chance of winning. That's one way. However, Yi Xian, can you set up a restriction like that for me? It had been a long time since Yi Xian had set up a restriction in his room. Coupled with Grandmaster Moonless publicity, everyone knew that he was a restriction Grandmaster and was even more formidable than Grandmaster Moonless. Now that they heard Yi Xian say this, they didn't have much doubt. However, it wasn't as if they hadn't thought of ways to stop the black gas, but they'd all failed. Thus, they were still a little conservative. Don't believe him. What right does he have to say something like that? It was still Yi Lixio's voice. Right now, Yi Lixio wanted nothing more than to kill Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he could only dream about it. Suddenly, Yi Xian turned and looked directly at Yi Lixio for the first time. However, his words only infuriated Yi Lixio. If you don't want to participate, you can scram. Yes, that was what Yi Xian had said. Yi Xian had already suspected that this guy had been bribed by the Annihilation Organization. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite. Unfortunately, he didn't have any proof. Otherwise, Yi Xian might have killed him. You, what did you say? Yi Lixio was so angry that he couldn't speak coherently. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had no intention of paying any attention to him. How about this? All of Ling Xian Court's restriction grandmasters will come with me. I'll think of something right now. All right, we'll listen to you. It might be difficult for Yi Xian to mobilize the others, but Yi Xian was still able to mobilize the people from Ling Xian Court. Let's go too. However, he hadn't expected that the restriction grandmasters from the other factions would all take the initiative to participate in Yi Xian's operation. Yi Xian didn't care about this. In any case, Yi Xian wasn't counting on them to do anything. To be honest, Yi Xian had his own plans. Otherwise, why would he suggest that he take care of all the corpses of the demonized fishmen? Yi Xian wouldn't miss out on such a good upgrade plan. Of course, the most important thing was to stop the demonized fishmen. Yi Xian led his people and left. Everyone had different thoughts about Yi Xian. For example, the people from Emoshang training camp felt apologetic toward Yi Xian because of Lu Luo. Similarly apologetic were the factions like Bai Lu that had wronged Yi Xian in the past. In their hearts, Yi Xian had only left Emoshang training camp because they'd been wronged. Now that Yi Xian had returned and was willing to take action, these people felt rather emotional. Yi Xian led his people and quickly arrived at the bridgehead. At this time, the bridgehead was occupied by hundreds of demonized fishmen, blocking the only way for the Allied forces to attack. It seemed that this bridge was the only way to reach the island. Perhaps some people would say that it was better to use it. However, there were restrictions on the island. It was impossible to fly over. Naturally, it was also impossible to fly out. Yi Xian carefully observed the fishman's direction. However, he asked the system in his heart. System, Do you have any ideas? Ding. System notification. In view of the host's current situation, the system has provided two solutions. The first solution is for the host to continue cultivating restriction abilities. When the restriction abilities are strong enough, perhaps the host will be able to research a way to stop the black gas. Ding. The second solution is for the host to exchange for the corresponding special restriction from the system. F***CK. Yixuan was depressed. This system, why didn't it just tell him to exchange for it? What research? How long would it take him to research it? Last time, the system had activated the exchange function. However, Yixuan had never used it. After all, the system's exchange was very, very expensive. Alright, system, help me choose a restriction that is suitable for the current situation. I want the most reasonable one. Otherwise, I can't afford it. Ding! System notification. The best restriction that the host can currently choose is the Demon Slayer restriction. Once this restriction is activated, it will be able to effectively destroy the demonic energy. Yixuan nodded. He had the item, but the key was the price. Yixuan didn't seem to have any resources to exchange for it. Ding! System notification. The host's resources are insufficient for exchange. The system has activated the exchange function. If the host is forced to exchange, the host can exchange one level for the right to use it once. Chapter 2192. Yixuan frowned. He was going to cripple his own cultivation, but was there a better way? Moreover, even though he had to pay the price of one cultivation level, Yixuan would be able to obtain the corpses of the demonized fishmen, so he wouldn't suffer a loss. Alright, I'll buy Yixuan's deal. Alright, system. I'll use my cultivation level to exchange for the right to use the restrictions. Yixuan gritted his teeth and stomped his foot as he made his decision. Then, his figure flashed as he started to set up restrictions. Quick, protect Grandmaster Yi. When Moonless saw that Yixuan had actually started, he immediately shouted loudly. On the other hand, the others noticed Yixuan's actions as well, so they naturally didn't hesitate. In next to no time, the battle erupted once more, and two high-grade domain enlightened spirit gods stood on guard by Yixuan's side. Yixuan spat out a mouthful of blood. Of course, it wasn't because he was injured, but because of the repercussions of crippling his own cultivation. Did he really think that using his cultivation level to exchange for the right to use restrictions was such a simple matter? When had anyone ever seen someone cripple their own cultivation? Yixuan could simply be called the first person to do so. Yixuan felt as if his internal organs were about to rot, and his entire body was in extreme pain. Fuck. Motherfucker. In the future, I won't use my cultivation level to exchange for restrictions even if I'm beaten to death. It hurts. It hurts so much. Yixuan wailed in his heart, but he didn't stop what he was doing. At this moment, practically everyone was watching Yixuan's actions. They didn't know what kind of restrictions Yixuan was setting up, but they saw Yixuan's miserable appearance. Blood was constantly flowing from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping what he was doing. He was constantly setting up restrictions, but he was constantly spitting out blood. In the end, blood was even flowing from Yixuan's nose, ears, and even the corners of his eyes. Grandmaster Yi, don't force yourself if you can't do it. You must rest right now. One of the spiritual gods standing behind Yixuan said with concern. QWPM at this moment, who could refuse? Pa! Tower Lord 100 Buildings slapped himself in the face and even knelt on the ground. Bailu was blind. Bailu, swear on my godhood that if I ever doubt Grandmaster Ye's actions again, I'm willing to shatter my godhood. What a vicious oath. However, this also showed Bailu's remorse. Bailu had finally apologized to Yixuan, using such an extreme method to apologize. Bailu wasn't the only one. Many people wanted to slap themselves, but they weren't as bold as Bailu, so they held themselves back. For a person who was willing to cripple his own cultivation for the sake of the world, they actually suspected that he was a bad person. Such behavior was simply unforgivable. Yixuan's level had dropped, and he was in a miserable state. That wasn't something that could be faked. That was something that really happened. System. Didn't you say that it's just a level exchange? Why is my realm dropping so quickly? Ding. System notification. Host, please take note. It's indeed a level exchange. However, since the host has crippled his own cultivation, he will naturally suffer serious damage. Host, please rest assured. After recuperating, the host will be able to recover. Before he made his move, Yi Xian's cultivation was at the upper 5th stage of the heavenly god realm. However, when he was halfway through setting up the devil-slaying restriction, Yi Xian's cultivation had already dropped to the middle 5th stage of the heavenly god realm. Moreover, the drop was still continuing. Yi Xian walked all the way, leaving behind a trail of blood behind him. Those trails of blood were like sharp swords, stabbing into everyone's hearts. When Yi Xian finally finished setting up the Demon Slayer seal, he was only left with the cultivation of a lower grade 3 heavenly god. Although he knew that he could recover, his miserable state was still so miserable. Grandmaster Yi, how are you? Are you all right? As soon as Yi Xian landed, countless people rushed over and asked with concern. I'm fine. You guys can take action now. That demonic chi can't do anything to the seal. Yi Xian, who was supported by Fian, said weakly. Wasn't he in such a miserable state for the sake of his current harvest? Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't miss this opportunity. All right, everyone, let's kill those monsters. The battle started again. However, just as Yi Xian said, although demonic chi continued to surge over this time, once it reached the area where Yi Xian had set up the seal, it would be killed immediately. Although the demonic fishman's strength was not bad, all the forces were focused on killing the enemy because of Yi Xian. Therefore, those demonic fishmen were no match for them. In just half a day, hundreds of them were killed. However, from the small island, there were demonic fishmen constantly rushing out to join the battle. Therefore, for a while, the battle was still in a stalemate. Yi Xian said that he still needed to set up an invincible seal to guard against the fishmen's attacks. Yi Xian could do what he said. Therefore, after a short rest, he began to set up the invincible seal again. To be honest, Yi Xian's actions had touched countless people. Every person who passed by Yi Xian bowed respectfully to Yi Xian to show their respect before leaving. Secondary professions such as restriction master and weapon refiner were originally respected existences. Moreover, Yi Xian's talent in cultivation was also extremely astonishing. The title of number 1 on the genius list was not a joke. Naturally, there was no need to say how much room for growth such a powerful person had in the future. Therefore, at this moment, Yi Xian had used his actions to conquer almost everyone here. Of course, it was almost. In fact, there were also people who hated Yi Xian to the bone. Because there were indeed people who were preparing to do something here. The Annihilation Organization hidden in the dark would not let go of any opportunity to cause chaos in the world. Naturally, this time was no exception. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's appearance had disrupted their plans. The people who cooperated with the Annihilation Organization undoubtedly hated Yi Xian for meddling in other people's business. In fact, a conspiracy against Yi Xian was also being planned. This time, they wanted Yi Xian's life. According to Yi Xian's instructions, all the corpses of the demonized fishmen were delivered to him. Yi Xian's reason was that he wanted to get rid of all future troubles. After all, no one would suspect him. Besides, the corpses of the demonized fishmen were probably useless to anyone other than Yi Xian. Naturally, Yi Xian was also enjoying this. Now, all he had to do was sit here and take a look from time to time. The corpses of the demonized fishmen would be delivered to him. Where else could he find such a good thing? Even if Yi Xian wanted to participate in the battle, he would definitely be stopped. This was because Yi Xian's miserable appearance had already frightened many people. In many people's hearts, Yi Xian was most likely gravely injured this time. Therefore, the various factions continued to send over healing elixirs. This made Yi Xian a little embarrassed. Fortunately, under the double restriction of the Demon Slayer restriction and the Invincible restriction, the demonized fishmen were constantly being eliminated. Meanwhile, the various factions had basically no casualties. This was very good news. Chapter 2193. Ding! Congratulations to Host for recovering. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a superior Tier 5 heavenly god. Has he finally recovered his strength? The corpses of the demonized fishmen continued to be delivered to Yi Xian for Yi Xian to deal with. Even so, Yi Xian still had to wait for a long time before he could recover his original strength. It could be said that Yi Xian felt that he had suffered a great loss by exchanging his level for the right to use the seals. Fortunately, he had finally recovered his strength. That brat is now heavily injured and everyone's attention is on the demonized fishmen. He only has a single maid by his side. Why don't we make our move tonight? That's right, we can't wait any longer. That brat actually dared to ruin our plans. No matter what, we can't let him continue to roam free. All right, then it's settled. Your Highness, I'll give you a chance to perform this time. I'm sure you know what to do. Don't worry. Leave this to me. A group of people were secretly discussing something in a tent. So they were the ones who wanted to target Yi Xian. So the seventh prince wasn't the only one who wanted to deal with Yi Xian. This meant that this scheme wasn't as simple as it seemed. After the group dispersed, Yi Lishou called for his 4 protectors. After a brief discussion, they all left. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know about this. His current task was very simple. Occasionally, he would check on the 2 seals. Other times, he would just sit and wait for the demonized fishmen's corpses to deliver themselves to him. In the god realm, the 10 suns alternated. Strictly speaking, night didn't exist. However, it was still divided into days and nights. Ding! System notice. Hostile intent detected. Host, please take note. Hostile intent? Yi Xian frowned slightly. At this moment, he was with Fian, inspecting the invincible seals to see if they were in good condition. The new round of battle had yet to begin, so it was very quiet. With the recovery of Yi Xian's strength and the fact that they were within the Alliance army, no one was worried about Yi Xian's safety. This was not the first time Yi Xian had only brought Fian along. In fact, according to Yi Xian's intentions, Flying Smoke didn't even need to come over. However, because of the incident last time when Yi Xian was injured, she refused to leave Yi Xian's side no matter what. Yi Xian couldn't possibly chase her away, so he had no choice but to agree. Upon hearing the system notification, Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and immediately released his divine telekinesis to check his surroundings. There was no one here. There didn't seem to be anyone suspicious. However, Yi Xian had complete trust in the system. Since the system said that there was hostility, then there must be someone nearby. And it must be an enemy. That brat seems to have discovered us. Yes, it's very likely. He was actually able to see through our disguises. That's not bad. However, only death awaits him. Now, QWPM swoosh. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, 4 figures appeared around Yi Xian and Flying Smoke. However, even though the 4 of them had appeared, Yi Xian could only see them and not sense them. A special ability. A special ability that could block the detection of divine telekinesis. Yi Xian was slightly shocked. System, check their cultivation levels. Ding! System notification. 4 people have been specified. They are respectively at the low level of the 6th grade, the low level of the 3rd grade, the low level of the 4th grade, and the high level of the 9th grade. What the fuck? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. 3 spiritual gods and a peak heavenly god. Are they intending to kill me? Who are you? What do you want? Yi Xian gazed at the 4 of them as he asked this question, and he'd already drawn Godslayer. Little fellow, what do you think we want? You're courting death for daring to spoil our plans. Then we'll fulfill your wish today. Ha! What a joke. Just the 4 of you? Even though Yi Xian was slightly nervous, his tone wouldn't show any weakness. Not to mention that he wasn't far from the campsite, so he believed that reinforcements would arrive very quickly if a battle really erupted. However, the words of those mysterious figures instantly shattered Yi Xian's hopes. Kid, you're still so arrogant when you're about to die. What? Do you think that someone will come to save you if you fight us? Haha, you're too naive. Do you think we didn't make any preparations when we chose this place to ambush you? Damn it. As soon as he heard this, Yi Xian knew that the matter wasn't so simple. System, check the surroundings. Ding. System notification. Chain restriction formation detected. Chain restriction? is actually a chain restriction. A chain restriction was even more terrifying than an ordinary restriction, because a chain restriction referred to a series of restrictions that were used together. Not to mention its function, it would take a lot of time to crack it. And Yi Xian believed that these people wouldn't give him the time to crack it. Sure enough, at this moment, the four of them shouted without hesitation. "Attack! This guy is a restriction grandmaster. Don't give him the time to crack the restriction. Kill!" Shouts of killing suddenly sounded out as the four of them decisively charged towards Yi Xian. Domineering sword cut. Consecutive sword cut. Destruction of 10 barons. Devil trapping curse. The four of them used their killing moves as soon as they attacked. Once they attacked, the four of them used their full strength. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host is under attack by an unstoppable force. Ding! The host's life is under threat. The system automatically activates defense. Ding! A usable superpower has been detected. The invincible defense is activated. Bang! 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 With Yi Xian at the center, the entire ground was collapsing swiftly, and a mountain behind Yi Xian was even directly transformed into powder. However, this wasn't the thing that surprised Yi Xian the most. The thing that surprised Yi Xian the most was Fei Yan. At this moment, Fei Yan's wings flapped, and she'd actually vanished without a trace. Of course, Yi Xian couldn't even take care of himself right now, so he merely had the time to take a glance at Fei Yan. A formidable attack instantly erupted. However, the campsite that wasn't very far away didn't notice it at all. Under the concealment of the chain restriction, no one noticed that a life and death battle was actually occurring here. Humph! That kid is probably dead this time, right? Even a peak low-level domain enlightened spirit god would be instantly annihilated by our joint attacks, let alone a mere kid at the heavenly god realm. He's probably dead. The four of us trained painstakingly in these four super divine abilities since we were young, and our tacit understanding with each other is so high. The might we instantly erupted with is already comparable to the attack of a mid-level domain enlightened spirit god. It would be strange if he didn't die. The four of them stopped what they were doing and looked indifferently at the ruins as if they were certain that Yi Xian was dead for sure. Chapter 2194. At this moment, Yi Xian was nowhere to be seen. There was only a 100-meter-wide crater where he had been standing. However, just as the four of them were feeling proud of themselves, a voice was heard. "Why? Do you want me to die that badly?" It was Yi Xian's voice. The four of them were shocked. Their combined attack had failed to kill a mere heavenly god. How was this possible? Unfortunately, the truth was right in front of their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. Yi Xian walked out of the dust cloud step by step. There was a faint barrier of light around him that prevented the dust from touching him. "QWPM, I'll give you one more chance. Tell me who sent you here and I might spare your lives." Yi Xian was indeed shocked at that moment. These people's attacks were too unexpected and too powerful. Yi Xian couldn't defend himself at all. If the undead system had activated its invincible defense at the last moment, Yi Xian would probably be dead by now. You're fine? You want something to happen to me? You think you can rely on the four of you? Humph, you deserve to die. You wasted my absolute defense. Since you won't tell me, I'll have to find the answer myself. Spiritual consciousness control. This time, Yi Xian's spiritual consciousness control was targeted at the four of them. Of course, Yi Xian knew that it wouldn't work. It was impossible to control all four of them at the same time. However, Yi Xian didn't intend to really control them. Of course, he had to pick on the soft persimmons. Yi Xian's spiritual consciousness control was just a cover. In an instant, Yi Xian's hand flashed and a powerful attack was launched. This was Yi Xian's real killing move. Deity Slayer. Yi Xian's target was the peak heavenly god. He was the weakest among them. Boom! With a slash of his sword, that person was sent flying. There's no critical hit. Then eat my sword. Deity Slaying Slash. Yi Xian did not hesitate in the slightest after his first attack failed. He had already decided that he would definitely kill someone this time. Boom! This time it was indeed a critical hit. The peak celestial god who was still resisting the control of his spiritual sense died in an instant. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. As for Yi Xian's spiritual perception control, it could only interfere for a blink of an eye, but that was enough. It was enough for Yi Xian to kill one person. When the other three finally broke free from the control of the spiritual sense, they only saw the corpses of their companions. In such a short time, Yi Xian had already killed one of them. How is this possible? These unknowns refused to believe that they had lost a comrade in such a short period of time. One had to know that any one of them was confident that they had the strength to kill Yi Xian. However, the facts were facts. Yi Xian had instantly annihilated one of them, and it was an instant kill without any pressure at all. Yi Xian casually took that person's universe ring, but he didn't take that person's corpse, because Yi Xian had Yi Xian's plans. Then, you're next. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and spoke to that low-rank, third-rank domain enlightened spirit god. His tone was so indifferent, as if he wasn't talking about killing someone but about how good the weather was today. That low-rank, third-rank domain enlightened spirit god was shocked, and it was even to the extent that he felt a chill run down his spine. His intuition told him that he'd probably encountered huge trouble this time. However, he was a domain enlightened spirit god after all, whereas Yi Xian was merely at the heavenly god realm and was even heavily injured. So, he didn't believe that Yi Xian could kill him. Kid, are you talking about me? What an arrogant kid. Today, I'll properly teach you how to respect experts. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him. Even though Yi Xian hadn't chosen the other two as his targets, they didn't care about morality at all. They only had a single objective, and it was to annihilate Yi Xian. As for what methods they had to use, they didn't consider it at all. The three of them attacked Yi Xian once more. However, could it be that they think Yi Xian would be completely unprepared like he was the last time? How could that be possible? Come out, 1,000 beast sword servants. Summon the god rank mounts. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 deity-level mounts appeared. As soon as they appeared, they split into two groups and pounced on one person each. Using 500 god rank mounts to trap a single domain enlightened spirit god was practically no pressure at all. On the other hand, Yi Xian tossed Megatron to Yi Xian, and then he charged towards the targets that Yi Xian had chosen a long time ago with Megatron. Die! Yi Xian swung his fist. However, the true threat was the Godslayer. The might of the Godslayer under Megatron's control was even greater than when Yi Xian was controlling it himself. That person was clearly slightly flustered. They clearly possessed an absolute advantage, and they clearly possessed the strength to crush Yi Xian. However, as soon as they attacked, they realized exactly how terrifying Yi Xian was when he went berserk. Bang! The Godslayer under Megatron's control arrived before Yi Xian's attack. It directly pierced through that person's body, and at the same time, it shattered that person's godhead. That mysterious person's eyes were extremely dazed. Even at the moment of his death, he still didn't understand exactly how he died. However, he didn't need to understand. Rumble! Yi Xian blasted that person flying with a punch. Of course, that person had no chance of survival since a long time ago. The Godslayer swiftly flew over and took that person's universe ring. At this moment, Yi Xian finally turned his attention to the other two people trapped by the god-level mounts. You've got guts. How dare you attack me? Did you think this would be the outcome before you attacked? Yi Xian looked at the two people mockingly. These people had set up a chain of restrictions here. These things weren't something they could set up with their strength. In fact, after they activated the chain of restrictions, even they couldn't open it themselves. 1,000 god-level mounts were divided into two groups, constantly charging forward. The two people could only fight back in panic. How could they possibly free themselves to attack Yi Xian? Well then, between the two of you, who wants to live? Tell me who sent you here. I'll spare the life of the person who tells me first. Speak. Don't test my patience. Megatron controlled the Godslayer and circled Yi Xian, as if he could attack at any time. Humph, kid, we really underestimated your strength for not being able to kill you. However, if you want to get what you want from us, dream on. One of them shouted loudly. Yi Xian smiled and ignored him. Instead, he looked at the other person. I'll talk. Will you let me go if I tell you? Yes, I, Yi Xian, always keep my word. I've said that I'll let go of the person who tells me who's behind you. Chapter 21:95. After all, the strength Yi Xian had displayed was simply too frightening. The moment he attacked, he killed 2 of their companions. In that case, would they be the next to be killed? It's His Highness the 7th Prince. We are His Highness the 7th Prince's guards. A voice rang out. However, it wasn't the one who had wanted to answer Yi Xian's question. The one who had rushed to answer was the one who had insisted on keeping the secret a secret. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly as he looked at that person. Did I ask you a question? Boom! The god-slaying sword rushed over, and one sword light after another rushed over. If one strike didn't deal a critical hit, what about 10? That person had never expected that Yi Xian wouldn't let him go even though he had taken the initiative to answer. Even more unexpected was that Yi Xian's attacks would be so strange and powerful. Finally, one of the strikes dealt a critical hit and heavily injured that person. How could the god-tier mounts beside him let go of such a good opportunity? They all charged forward. Without a doubt, that person had no chance of survival. Grandmaster Yi, I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Please don't kill me. The last person stared at Yi Xian in shock. Right now, he was only thinking about how to survive. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't afraid when he saw his companions being dismembered by those divine beasts. They were Yi Lixio's guards. Normally, they could bully the weak with ease. However, when faced with a strong opponent, they didn't have the slightest bit of courage. You want to talk now? It's too late. I said before that whoever tells me what I want to know can live. Unfortunately, I already know what I want to know. So, you can die now. The God-Slayer and all the other God-tier mounts charged at that person. If that was the case, how could he possibly survive? Another kill. How long had it been since the 4 of them jumped out and were killed by Yi Xian? QWPM, you said you wouldn't kill me. At the moment of his death, the last person's eyes were still filled with longing for life. What a pity. Since he cherished his life so much, why did he come looking for trouble with Yi Xian? Yi Xian collected their yin and yang rings but didn't devour them. Resources were extremely useful to Yi Xian. Even though Yi Xian had already killed those 4 people, Yi Xian was still furious. However, Yi Xian was still quite angry in his heart. Absolute defense wasn't something that could be obtained just because he said so. Not to mention the cooldown, even the singularity wasn't that easy to find. Could be said that Yi Xian's absolute defense wouldn't be able to be used for a short period of time. This was definitely something that Yi Xian found hard to accept. Therefore, he needed resources to use the mirror image divine ability. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't have the slightest confidence in facing a sudden attack like this one. Of course, it wasn't that Yi Xian didn't have any trump cards. For example, his Summon the World skill hadn't been used yet, because there was no opponent worthy of Yi Xian's full strength. It only took a little more time to break the chain restriction, but it wasn't impossible. Soon, Yi Xian broke the chain restriction. However, Fian's figure also appeared in front of Yi Xian. Girl, not bad. Your life-saving method is pretty good. I'm relieved. Yi Xian said with a smile. He didn't blame Fian for not making a move. In Yi Xian's heart, he didn't want Fian to protect him. Who knew that as soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Fian threw out 2 corpses. Young Master, these 2 people were hiding in the dark. They wanted to sneak attack Young Master while these 4 people were attacking Young Master, so this little girl took care of them. Enemies lurking in the dark. Yi Xian was shocked. It seemed that he had to thank Fian this time. During the battle just now, there was a period of time when Yi Xian wasn't on guard at all. The 1,000 beast sword attendants, divine mounts, and the Godslayer had all been sent out. Yi Xian was practically defenseless, and his invincible defense was on cooldown. If those 2 had suddenly attacked Yi Xian at that time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What a trick! What a scheme! It was actually linked to one another. Unfortunately, they still failed. Yi Xian casually put away the 2 people's Chenquan realm, but suddenly had an idea. Yi Lixio didn't know that the subordinates he'd sent out had all been wiped out, He was still waiting for good news. In his heart, the trap he'd set up was definitely enough to kill Yi Xian. It was definitely a perfect plan. However, all of a sudden, a voice sounded from outside. "Your Highness, Grandmaster Yi requests an audience." Grandmaster Yi? Which Grandmaster Yi? Yi Lixio was taken aback. In his heart, Yi Xian was probably already dead. So he didn't react when he heard Grandmaster Yi. "It's Yi Xian, Grandmaster Yi." How could the guard know what his master was thinking? He actually answered honestly. The guard's words made Yi Lixio's hair stand on end. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That brat. Shouldn't he have been killed by now? Why would he appear outside his tent? Unfortunately, Yi Xian had already barged in. There wasn't a single person in the allied army who didn't know Yi Xian. In their eyes, Yi Xian was a mysterious expert. Moreover, they wouldn't dare underestimate Yi Xian just because his cultivation base was low. Therefore, when Yi Xian barged in, the guards didn't dare directly stop him. "Yi Lixio, 7th Prince, haha, you've given me quite a generous gift. However, it's impolite not to reciprocate, so I'll give you a gift as well." Yi Xian smiled as soon as he entered Yi Lixio's tent. Yi Lixio didn't know what Yi Xian was trying to do. Could it be that those people hadn't had time to attack? That was the only thing Yi Lixio could think of. After all, in his mind, killing Yi Xian was practically a foregone conclusion. However, when Yi Xian casually tossed a bag in front of Yi Lixio instantly panicked, because Yi Xian hadn't concealed the bag at all. He didn't even need to open it for him to see what was inside. 6 heads. They were the 6 people Yi Lixio had sent out. Besides a peak heavenly god, the other 5 were all domain enlightened spirit gods. However, how long had it been since they'd left? And now, their heads had been tossed in front of Yi Lixio? Haha, since the 7th prince likes to give me gifts, then I won't mind. If you have any more gifts in the future, feel free to send them over. Yi Xian will accept them all. Yi Xian clearly knew that Yi Lixio was the mastermind behind these people. However, Yi Xian didn't immediately kill Yi Lixio. It wasn't because this was the allied army's camp, but because Yi Xian wanted to test whether Yi Lixio had any other companions. Chapter 2196. After leaving behind the bag, Yi Xian turned and left as if he really had come just to give them a gift. Of course, the gift was very valuable. The others didn't know what had happened between Yi Xian and Yi Lixio because Yi Xian wasn't prepared to say anything. Only after Yi Xian left did Yi Lixio react. How many domain spirit god realm guards had he brought with him this time? He hadn't expected that almost all of them would be wiped out in a single operation. Yi Lixio didn't dare tarry at all and immediately ran to another tent. Although Yi Xian had left, it wasn't difficult for him to find out what had happened here. So he had also seen what had happened. As expected, they have accomplices. I didn't expect that they would still be in the mood to think about how to kill me when facing such a powerful enemy like the demonized fishmen. Humph. Even if not all of them were bribed by annihilation, I still won't let them go. Yi Xian thought to himself, but his eyes were fixed on that tent. He didn't know who was in that tent at all, but he already wanted to kill them. If they dared to attack him, then they should be prepared to die. System. Start setting up the restrictions. Wasn't Yi Lixio planning to use restrictions to trap him? So now, Yi Xian was going to use restrictions to restrain these people before doing anything else. Yi Xian moved extremely quickly. With the system's help, setting up restrictions was a matter of minutes for Yi Xian. Yi Xian still didn't know how to set up a chain of restrictions, but Yi Xian's single restriction was anything but ordinary. However, Yi Xian didn't have any concealment treasures on hand right now, so he was discovered after just 3 restrictions. Who's outside? This is the main camp, so it's normal for there to be people around. There's nothing to be surprised about. Wait, someone's been loitering around us. There's definitely a problem. I'll go take a look. One of them had keenly sensed Yi Xian's unusual behavior, so he walked out directly. Yi Xian would never have thought that this fellow would be able to discover his whereabouts in this bustling camp. Furthermore, he was able to deduce that he was acting strangely. This guy was either too sensitive or too astute. It's you. When that person saw Yi Xian, he was slightly taken aback. After all, they were still in the room discussing how to take down Yi Xian in one fell swoop. But who would have thought that Yi Xian was already hovering around them? Needless to say, Yi Xian must have discovered something. The others also came out soon after. When they saw Yi Xian, they were all slightly surprised. Of course, Yi Xian was rather surprised at this moment as well. After all, Yi Xian originally thought that there were only some low-rank domain enlightened spirit gods here, and the strongest here was probably a mid-rank domain enlightened spirit god. However, when the system notification resounded, he finally realized exactly how formidable the enemies he was facing this time were. Ding! System notification. The targets specified are respectively at the 2nd rank of the domain enlightened spirit god realm, the 7th rank of the domain enlightened spirit god realm, the 9th rank of the domain enlightened spirit god realm, and the 6th rank of the domain enlightened spirit god realm. These 4 people were merely the strongest amongst them. As for the heavenly god realm, there were still a few others. In just an instant, Yi Xian knew that he couldn't defeat them at all. Fortunately, they were in the camp, and Yi Xian had set up restrictions. So, Yi Xian was still confident in his ability to take them down. It's me. So what? Yi Xian gazed at them, and his figure suddenly retreated backwards. He wasn't afraid, and it was because Yi Xian intended to leave the range of attack of the first restriction. Haha! Kid, you actually dared to deliver yourself to us. You killed 6 of the 7th prince's guards for no reason. We were just about to have a good talk with you, but we never expected that you would actually deliver yourself to us. Then, shouldn't you come in and give us an explanation for why you killed them? Why I killed them? I'm afraid all of you are well aware of the reason, right? Yi Xian gazed at them. It could be said that Yi Xian could use various methods to deal with low-level domain enlightened spirit gods. However, Yi Xian couldn't do anything to mid-level domain enlightened spirit gods even if he used all his strength. As for high-level domain enlightened spirit gods, they could even instantly annihilate Yi Xian. The opponents this time were very strong. They were strong to the point that Yi Xian had no choice but to swiftly think of a countermeasure. Moreover, he had to consider what to do if he couldn't defeat them. He had to make the first move to gain the upper hand. Only by summoning all of them here would he be safe. Yi Xian thought in his heart, and then he didn't hesitate to activate the first restriction. Rumble! A bolt of lightning suddenly descended, and then heavenly lightning surged and struck down incessantly where the group of people stood. However, while such force might be able to harm heavenly gods, it couldn't do anything to domain enlightened spirit gods. Yi Xian had originally intended to use this as a supplementary method to make it convenient for him to charge in and kill. However, the enemies were unexpectedly strong, so Yi Xian had no choice but to use the heavenly lightning restriction as a signal. Sure enough, along with the surging heavenly lightning, everyone in the campsite was alarmed, and countless experts directly flew over. After that, they witnessed a strange scene. Yi Xian was facing numerous experts by himself, and he was even taking the initiative to attack. Grandmaster Yi, what are you doing? The first to charge over to Yi Xian was Grandmaster Moonless. At this moment, Grandmaster Moonless was simply unable to understand Yi Xian. Why would Yi Xian attack these experts who were obviously much stronger than him by himself? This matter seemed extremely strange. All of you came at the right time to trap them. These fellows are the masterminds behind the incident with the demonized fishmen. Moreover, they even sent people to annihilate me not too long ago. What? Such a thing actually happened? Everyone had different reactions when they heard Yi Xian. Some people represented by the Tower Master of the 100 Pavilions, Lu Luo, and Ling Xian didn't say anything and directly surrounded that group of people. On the other hand, there was another group of people who maintained a wait-and-see attitude and were still guessing. There were also some people like the Treasure Gathering Pavilion that had already spoken out against it. Grandmaster Yi, we know that you've always had a personal grudge with the Dark Knight Empire's 7th prince. However, we're facing a formidable enemy now. Do you think we can temporarily ignore this matter? This fellow's words were very sinister. To put it bluntly, he was saying that Yi Xian was using his position to avenge a personal grudge and ruin the matter with the demonized fishmen. Unfortunately, Yi Xian paid no attention to this person at all. If it wasn't for the fact that this person wasn't bribed by annihilation, then Yi Xian would probably not let him off either. However, since Yi Xian had spoken, then the people inside wouldn't remain silent. Chapter 2197. Yi Xian couldn't tell anyone about the annihilation of the organization, and even if he did, no one would know. Moreover, if it was revealed that he knew about the annihilation of the organization, then even if Yi Xian had heaven-defying abilities, he would still die. Thus, Yi Xian had to think of a suitable reason. Yi Xian's eyes turned as he quickly replied, "Humph, you don't want to admit it. Humph, you don't want to admit it, do you? Yi Lixio sent guards to ambush me, but I killed them instead. But before they died, they told me all of your plans. Didn't you want to destroy the Alliance Army's operation and release those demonized fishmen? Didn't you want to take advantage of this chaos to make a name for yourself? What, you still want to argue? Ha ha ha, brat. Do you think anyone will believe you when you say such things? Release the demonized fishmen? Release the ancient sword intent? What good would that do us?" The man laughed wildly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Wasn't that so? The reason that Yi Xian gave was simply a joke. No matter how one looked at it, releasing the demonized fishmen and releasing the ancient sword intent wouldn't benefit them in the slightest. Yi Xian frowned. He knew that the reason he gave couldn't be considered a reason at all. However, these people had to die. But at this moment, a voice rang out. "I believe you." Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, several figures arrived at Yi Xian's side. Master, Mistress, Senior Brother. Before Yi Xian came out, he already knew that the Fifth Hall Master and the others would come here to investigate the matter of the demonized fishmen. However, he didn't expect that his master would actually arrive at such a critical moment. What was even more unexpected was that his master actually didn't doubt him and stood on his side. "Kid, I told you not to come, but you snuck in. Just wait, I'll deal with you when we get back." The Fifth Hall Master first messaged Yi Xian, then turned to the trapped people. "Greetings, Fifth Hall Master." Everyone hurriedly bowed. Mo Shanga's authority was unquestionable in the 100 territories. Who would have thought that the Fifth Hall Master would come in person and protect his disciple without hesitation? However, right at this moment, another group of people appeared. "Senior Brother, aren't you being too biased towards your disciple? I'm afraid you can't come to a conclusion so early before you investigate this matter thoroughly." Someone from the third hall also came. Although it was not the hall master who came personally, it was still an elder with a high status. However, it was clear that they would not side with Yi Xian. What? Does Junior Brother have a different opinion? Although the Fifth Hall Master was very cowardly in his own home, and the elders and even the disciples were not afraid of him, he was still an expert who kept his word to the outside world. Naturally, he was not happy to see that person contradicting him. "Senior Brother, don't be anxious. I'm just stating the facts. After all, Yi Xian is a disciple of our Emoshang Pavilion. Naturally, I can't say that I suspect Yi Xian. However, this matter is still very serious. Therefore, I suggest that we investigate thoroughly first." Yi Xian knew that from the moment this person appeared, his plan to kill Yi Lixio and the others could no longer be carried out. Speaking of which, Yi Xian was to blame for being too rash. He had not made any preparations for this operation. Could be said that this failure was entirely his own fault. Since Martial Uncle has said so, this disciple will not say anything else. However, this disciple was indeed ambushed by the Seventh Prince's subordinates. Moreover, this disciple heard about this matter from his subordinates. I hope Martial Uncle can investigate thoroughly. Yi Xian rushed to speak first. He knew that if a conflict broke out now, even if the Fifth Hall Master was biased towards him, there would be trouble in the future. "Is this true?" The elder looked at Yi Xian with narrowed eyes. "Yes. This disciple dares to swear on his godhead." "All right, I understand." Boom! He attacked without hesitation. In front of so many people, that elder did not hesitate at all and directly killed Yi Lixio. The seventh prince of the Tangtang Dark Knight Empire had been killed without any preparation. This time, not even Yi Xian would have expected this. In Yi Xian's mind, Mo Shanggu was a puppet of the Annihilation Dark Knight Empire. In that case, Mo Shanggu was the biggest mastermind behind these people. However, this elder directly killed Yi Li Xiu just because of a single sentence from Yi Xian. What was going on? I don't care who you are. If you dare to bully my Mo Shanggu, then you are courting death. Yi Xian, senior brother, don't worry. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. No one can bully my Mo Shangji's people. What a tyrannical tone. However, these words pushed Yi Xian in a bad direction. This elder looked like he was helping Yi Xian, but in reality, he was pushing Yi Xian to the opposite side of the crowd. Such an obvious cover-up would only make Yi Xian even more unpopular. However, Yi Xian couldn't say anything about the elder's actions. In fact, Yi Xian couldn't even suspect anything. At most, he felt like this martial uncle was taking care of him. How can you kill someone just like that? Even if that guy is at fault, we still have to investigate thoroughly. The fifth hall master was no fool. Even though he appeared to be protecting Yi Xian to the end, he could still see that he was trying to frame Yi Xian. The elder smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, senior brother. Yes, senior brother is right. Junior brother was too rash. Junior brother will start the investigation now." Since he'd already killed someone, Yi Xian's image in everyone's hearts had been greatly damaged. Even if they found out, what could they do? However, Yi Xian was oversimplifying things. "Alright, I'll leave this matter to junior brother. Yi Xian, come with me." Yi Xian had no choice but to leave with the fifth hall master. However, as soon as he left, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. They were puzzled as to why Mo Shanggu had sent so many people this time, but more importantly, they were discussing Yi Li Xiu's death. There was no doubt that many people were unfriendly towards Yi Xian. It could be said that the friendliness Yi Xian had gained by harming himself was mostly destroyed because of Yi Li Xiu's death. Fortunately, there was still a portion of people who stood firmly on Yi Xian's side. After Yi Xian was thoroughly questioned by his master and mistress, they no longer bothered with him. Wang Tian was extremely pleased this time. Seeing Yi Xian being scolded, he was extremely happy. "Haha, to think that you would have such a day. Who told you to sneak out to play by yourself and not call me? Serves you right." Yi Xian was speechless. Did he come out to play? How could this brainless guy know about the responsibility on his shoulders? Forget it, this guy was wholeheartedly good to him. What could he do? Chapter 2198. Senior brother, I want to kill someone. What do you think? Are you going to help me or report to mistress? Yi Xian said directly to Wang Tianjin. Kill someone? What the fuck? Junior brother, you're so ruthless. Who are you going to kill? How are you going to kill them? When are you going to do it? Of course I'm going to help you. Aren't you going to ask me why I want to kill someone? I don't care. In any case, you're going to be punished when mother blames you. I'm just an accomplice at most. Fuck you. Yi Xian realized that his IQ would be lowered by a lot every time he was with Wang Tianjin. This fellow was simply an extremely brainless fellow. Alright, this time we're going to kill him. Earlier, Yi Xian had been paying attention to a problem. His opponent was a peak heavenly god who hadn't spoken much. That fellow was clearly just a heavenly god, but the others were intentionally or unintentionally protecting him in the center. Moreover, there were many times when even those high-level spiritual gods had glanced at him. Perhaps the others hadn't noticed these details, but Yi Xian had. There was definitely something wrong with that person. He was definitely hiding a huge secret. Although Yi Xian didn't know what that secret was, one thing was certain. As long as he could pry open that person's mouth, then Yi Xian would definitely be able to obtain a lot of information. Perhaps he would be able to find an answer to many things, including the matter of the demonized fishmen. Yi Xian noticed that person's clothes. He was only a disciple of a small sect called the Overfire sect. The Overfire sect was very small. It could even be said that they didn't even have the qualifications to participate in this operation. However, they had come. Just this point alone was already suspicious. Moreover, that person was protected by so many others, so it would be a lie to say that there wasn't anything wrong with him. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and brought Wang Tianjin along. Why did Yi Xian bring Wang Tianjin along? Of course, it wasn't to let Wang Tiantian be a battle helper, but to borrow Wang Tiantian's big mouth. Ever since the arrival of the people from the fifth palace, although Yi Xian didn't care what others thought of him, he didn't want the people from the fifth palace to see him as a lawless person. He didn't want the people from the fifth palace to ostracize him. Soon, the two of them arrived at the campsite of the Blaze Supremacy sect. But what Yi Xian did not expect was that someone had arrived before them. It was the elder from the third hall, including those who were trapped by Yi Xian during the day. Wang Tianjin was usually carefree and ignorant, but that didn't mean that he was really stupid. Seeing this, Wang Tianjin casually took out a magic treasure. This Dharma treasure was like an eye, staring directly at the other side. "Senior brother, what is this?" Yi Xian looked at Wang Tianjin in surprise. He had no idea what Wang Tianjin was up to. "Shu, lower your voice. Come, eat this pill." Yi Xian naturally did not suspect anything and swallowed it in one gulp. Then he heard Wang Tianjin say, "This is called the omniscient eye. Of course, it's the simplest type. However, this omniscient eye can record everything you see and hear. Moreover, this omniscient eye of mine is a pair of eyes with another omniscient eye in Mother's hand. Therefore, Mother and the others can see everything we see and hear. The pill I just gave you was a limitless beast spirit pill. The limitless beast has no other use except for its powerful concealment ability. It can temporarily hide us, and with your formation we can get closer to those people." Yi Xian nodded, but his heart was slightly shaken. He hadn't expected the usually sloppy senior brother Wang to be so capable when it came to serious business. Slap. This was the sound of a slap, a resounding slap. A bunch of good-for-nothings. "What are you doing? How did Yi Xian notice something amiss? If I hadn't killed Yi Lishio, do you think the fifth hall master would have let this go? As for you, as a supervisor, you actually didn't notice anything amiss with Yi Xian? Supervisor, please don't blame us. We were indeed on guard and were very careful. However, Yi Xian damaged his own cultivation when he set up the restriction. Yi Lishio sent out 6 elites, and 5 of them were at the domain spirit god realm. This should have been a foolproof plan, but we don't know why we failed." "Humph, you don't know? Is that the reason?" Yi Xian was originally a genius in the Emoshang Pavilion. Although our tribe has already completely controlled the first hall of the Emoshang Pavilion and the other 8 halls have also infiltrated, the 5th hall is the only one that we can't do anything to. The 5th hall was originally the orthodox hall of the entire Emoshang Pavilion. How could it be that easy to deal with? "Humph, you rice buckets. Can't you even handle such a small matter?" Yi Xian was slightly shocked. No wonder the 5th hall of the Emoshang Pavilion doesn't seem to fit in with the other halls. No wonder the 5th hall has declined so badly. Someone is pushing it out on purpose. Alright, we must make that ancient sword intent appear. Only by doing so can we throw the Emoshang 100 territories into chaos. Only then can we seize the opportunity to develop and even take complete control of the Emoshang 100 territories. We can't allow any accidents. All of you have to pay special attention to Yi Xian and find a chance to kill him. That kid isn't simple. Understand? Yes, we understand. Suddenly, Yi Xian felt someone pat him. He turned around and saw that Wang Tianjin was telling him to leave. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and quickly left with Wang Tianjin. There was no chance for him to kill someone tonight. However, Yi Xian still felt rather depressed. Great, now there are people everywhere who want to deal with me. He didn't know when they would make a move next time. However, when Yi Xian returned to the 5th hall, he was thrown into temporary confinement by his master's wife. Of course, there was also Wang Tianjin. Although they had obtained very important information, they were still punished. A few days passed and the battle with the demonized fishmen continued. It didn't seem like anything special on the surface. However, one day, a disciple who was fighting at the front line quickly ran back. "Grandmaster Yi, Grandmaster Yi!" The disciple panicked and shouted loudly as soon as he entered the camp. Yi Xian, who was being confined by his master's wife, could only stick his head out of the window and say loudly, "I'm here. Quick, Grandmaster Yi, go to the front line. The demon-slaying restriction has failed and dozens of powerful demonized creatures have appeared at the front line. We have suffered heavy losses." What? The demon-slaying restriction has failed? Yi Xian didn't care so much and directly ran out. Even if his master's wife scolded him, Yixin couldn't say that he didn't care. Wang Tianjin thought about it and directly followed behind Yixin. Chapter 2199. For some reason, a loophole had appeared in the demon-slaying seal. Perhaps the demon fishmen had destroyed it. The loophole wasn't big, only a meter wide. However, a meter-wide loophole was enough for demon chi to enter. In this way, those demon fishmen and demon humans that had been killed by the demon chi could be resurrected instantly. Damn it! How could this be? Could it be that those monsters also know how to break the seal? Yixin was furious. However, when he saw the third hall elder in the distance, his heart skipped a beat. Yixin thought of a possibility. Although he didn't want to believe it, it was very possible. Perhaps the loophole wasn't created by the demon fishmen. It was a traitor. Grandmaster Yi, it's good that you're here. Do you have a way to seal the loophole? Everyone was excited when they saw Yixin. After all, it had only been a little more than 2 hours since the loophole appeared. However, they had already lost more than 30 disciples. Yixin, if you can seal the loophole, then go. Master's wife will protect you. Yixin's master's wife stepped forward and said to Yixin, "Don't worry. This disciple will definitely seal the loophole." Yixin nodded. He had to seal the loophole. Otherwise, his side would suffer heavy losses. "Junior brother, go ahead. We will protect you." Another few disciples of the fifth hall stood out. The location of the loophole was shockingly behind the demonized fishman's camp. In other words, if Yixin wanted to repair the loophole, he would have to pass through the entire demonized fishman's camp. This time, the operation would be incomparably dangerous. However, the people of the fifth hall stood out without hesitation. Yixin was slightly moved. The fifth hall was his true home in the realm of the gods. This was because these senior brothers and sisters truly treated him, Yixin, as their junior brother. This time, even though they knew that they might die in battle, no one hesitated. It could be said that other than Yixin's master, everyone else had stepped forward, including Wang Tianjin, who was following behind Yixin. "All right, let's go together." Yixin nodded. Then, without hesitation, he rushed out. "Kill!" The disciples of the fifth hall rushed in front of Yixin without hesitation, clearing the path for Yixin. The side of the demonized fishmen was clearly prepared. More than 300 demonized fishmen directly rushed out. On Yixin's side, there were only 30 or so people. Even with an expert like Yixin's master's wife in the center, it was inevitable that there would be losses. Before they could rush over, one of the fifth hall's disciples was surrounded by the demonized fishmen due to a moment of carelessness and died instantly. Senior brother. Yixin witnessed the fall of that person with his own eyes. His heart felt like it was bleeding. However, his current strength was limited, and there was nothing he could do. "Yixin, go!" Yixin turned his head to look at the spot where his senior brother had fallen. His eyes were filled with killing intent. 1,000 beasts, sword servants. Divine mount summon. Charge! Charge! In an instant, thousands of divine rank mounts appeared and directly crushed forward. Although divine rank mounts were constantly being killed along the way, Yixin didn't care so much. Megatron, flying sword form. In an instant, Megatron separated from the Godslayer and transformed into a flying sword form, increasing Yixin's speed again. At this time, Yixin and the others had already broken through the blockade of the demonized fishmen. The disciples of the fifth hall were guarding the two sides. In front of Yixin, 2 disciples were clearing the way. Yixin knew that he had to be fast. He had to repair the hole as soon as possible. Otherwise, more of his senior brothers and sisters would die. It was difficult to rush over, but it did not take much time to repair it. After all, it was only a 1-meter hole. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host is under a fatal attack. The host is under a fatal attack. Suddenly, the system's warning sounded. Just as Yixin finished repairing the restriction and was about to leave, a demonized person rushed out from under his feet. A peak spiritual god. This was simply a trap. This was simply a trap that wanted to kill Yixin. Swoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Yixin. A pair of nimble wings made her petite body exceptionally nimble. Who else could it be but Fian? Boom! As soon as Fian appeared, she directly blocked the demonized person's attack for Yi Xian. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host is under a fatal attack. The host is under a fatal attack. However, how could there be only one ambush? Just as Fian blocked the demonized person, another demonized fishman jumped out and attacked Yi Xian, a peak spiritual god. Another peak domain enlightened spirit god. This was a powerful existence that Yi Xian could not resist at all. Damn it! Don't hurt my disciple! Boom! A powerful pressure descended, and at the same time, a terrifying attack descended. Without any suspense, the demonized fishman was directly suppressed. Devouring hand. At this moment, only Yi Xian himself knew how much he yearned for strength. With a casual wave of his hand, he directly devoured the corpses of a few demonized fishmen. However, at the same time, Yi Xian was retreating at full speed. However, there were only 30 of them, so they seemed so weak when they charged into the demonized fishmen's headquarters. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the 6th rank of the heavenly god realm. Elder of the Rescue Pavilion. Charge. The members of the Ling Shen Pavilion moved out. Perhaps the Ling Shen Pavilion's strength was inferior to the Emoshang Pavilion, but compared to any other power, the Ling Shen Pavilion was probably more concerned about Yi Xian. Save Grandmaster Yi. Kill. Kill them all. Bai Lu led his subordinates and charged over as well. Save Yi Xian. Save the pride of our Emoshang training camp. Kill. It was Lu Luo's voice. Yi Xian was the pride of the Emoshang training camp. At some unknown time, these words had started to spread throughout the Emoshang training camp. At this moment, practically no one from the few hundred members of the Emoshang training camp hesitated and moved out in full force. This was the first time an all-out war had broken out, and it was for the sake of saving Yi Xian. It was easy to charge over, but it wasn't so easy to charge out. This time, it was very obvious that this was a scheme that had been planned since a long time ago. Not only had the demonized fishmen mobilized a few dozen demonized fishmen, their numbers had actually reached a few thousand. They surrounded Yi Xian. These fellows only had one goal, and that was to kill him. Moreover, demonized fishmen were constantly joining the battle from the small bridge. The members of the 5th Hall surrounded Yi Xian, and for the first time Yi Xian felt that he was so useless. All his divine rank mounts had been killed in battle, and even the 1,000 beast sword attendants had been directly suppressed. There were actually 7 formidable peak domain enlightened spirit gods and demonized fishmen and demonized humans at the peak domain enlightened spirit god realm. They were constantly charging at Yi Xian's group. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Chapter 2200. He watched as the disciples of the 5th palace fell one after another. Ever since Yi Xian had joined, the disciples who had taken care of him time and time again had all died in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's heart was filled with hatred and killing intent. Junior Martial Brother Yi. Let's go down the mountain and play with Senior Martial Brother. Yi Xian still remembered the first time that Senior Brother met him. He immediately dragged him down the mountain to play. Junior Martial Brother Yi, this is for you. We secretly brought it back. It's very delicious. You must be careful not to let Wang Tianjin discover it. Once that guy sees it, he'll definitely snatch it all up. Yi Xian remembered clearly that a senior sister had secretly brought back this delicious food for him. However, this senior sister had left him forever. Ah! Ding! Warning! Warning! Host is in a berserk state. Host is in a berserk state. Ding! Warning! Warning! The forced cooling function has failed. Initiating the guided rescue function. Along with the system's voice, everyone saw a crazy Yi Xian, a terrifying Yi Xian. I'm going to kill you. I want all of you to die. Boom! Yi Xian casually waved his hand, and more than 30 offensive restrictions instantly appeared. Thunder rumbled. Earth fire spread. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and mountains and rivers shattered. In an instant, a land of death appeared in front of Yi Xian. When Yi Xian attacked, he actually killed over 300 demonized fishmen. Die, all of you die! With Yi Xian at the center, more than a dozen phantoms appeared in an instant. These were all existences that had been randomly summoned by Summon the Heavens. The moment these phantoms appeared, they did not fight, but self-destructed. Boom, boom, boom. Loud explosions rang out unceasingly, and countless demonized fishmen were blasted to death. Die, all of you. Yi Xian wielded the god-slaying sword and swung it forward. An unprecedentedly large beam of light appeared. It was so large that it lit up the entire battlefield. Hundreds of demonized fishmen, regardless of their cultivation, were all killed by Yi Xian. Devour, devour, devour. One by one, the corpses of the demonized fishmen and the magic treasures that were left behind were continuously devoured by Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's level didn't increase in the slightest, because all of that power was used up by Yi Xian. Spiritual sense control. Yi Xian sent out almost all of his divine sense, but in exchange, almost 100 demon fishmen fell under Yi Xian's control without a doubt. Even if it was only for a moment, the demon fishmen then pointed their weapons at their companions. Ding! Warning! Warning! System overload! System overload! Poochie! Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The brief moment of rampage was the result of both Yi Xian and the system unleashing a powerful attack at the same time. Fortunately, the system had reduced the damage that Yi Xian had received through guidance. Quick! Take Yi Xian and leave. Mistress was the first to react. At this moment, everyone finally realized how terrifying of a genius Yi Xian was. Everyone could see that Yi Xian was burning his own life force when he unleashed that attack just now. Of course, what they didn't know was that Yi Xian was actually burning the system. However, that powerful attack still frightened everyone. He was just a mere heavenly god who hadn't even reached the peak of the heavenly god realm. The attack that he unleashed and the strength that he unleashed was already more terrifying than all of them combined. Even though there wasn't a single intermediate domain enlightened spirit god that had died at Yi Xian's hands, that terrifying lethality was still horrifying. A group of people with evil intentions looked at Yi Xian with fear in their eyes. They now knew how terrifying it was to anger Yi Xian. Yi Xian fainted. This was the first time that Yi Xian had suffered such a serious injury since he entered the heavenly realm. However, he had done it willingly. Ding! System notification. Host has regained consciousness. Ding! System notification. System repair complete. After an unknown number of days, Yi Xian finally woke up. His powerful recovery ability allowed him to recover quickly even after suffering such a serious injury. Ding! System notification. The system is much more humane. Ding! System notification. Host has activated a special ability, Rampage. Ding! Rampage ability. When the host is strongly stimulated or is facing an extremely powerful enemy, the system will activate a special protection program. The host will temporarily unleash 100-fold combat strength. However, this state is extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to the host's death. Ding! The system has activated the protection function of the host. The Berserk ability is hidden and is set as a hidden ability. The host cannot actively use it or discover it. Yi Xian didn't know about these notifications at all. Instead, he waited for the series of notifications to end before Yi Xian slowly woke up. F***CK. That hurts. Yi Xian woke up and found that his entire body was in extreme pain. After all, he had a powerful recovery ability. He didn't expect such a tragedy to occur. Oh my God, you're finally awake. It's you, Senior Brother Wang. Forget it. Don't be so polite with me. Hurry up and eat something to nourish your body. Your maid looks at me with resentful eyes every day. She almost scared me to death. Yi Xian was speechless. However, it could be seen that Wang Tianjin had been taking care of him all this time. Of course, it was with Fian. Yi Xian was unconscious for a full 3 days this time. Many things happened in these 3 days. Because of Yi Xian's rampage, he directly killed more than half of the demonized fishmen and demonized humans at the bridgehead. And because of Yi Xian's rampage, everyone's blood boiled. They all bravely took the lead and directly killed all the demonized fishmen at the bridgehead. Of course, those corpses were all left there for Yi Xian to deal with. In the eyes of everyone, the demonized fishmen corpses were all left for Yi Xian to deal with. It had become a habit. Those who secretly wanted to harm Yi Xian had seriously miscalculated this time. Originally, they wanted to take advantage of this situation to kill Yi Xian. However, they didn't expect Yi Xian to go berserk and destroy all their plans. Moreover, it directly made it possible to destroy the demonized Fishman Island. In these 3 days, those guys naturally wanted to find an opportunity to make a move on Yi Xian. However, because of Yi Xian's rampage, Yi Xian's status in everyone's eyes was raised to the extreme. In fact, there were many special abilities, special pills, and special treasures that could activate a person's rampage state. However, generally, it would only increase one's combat strength by a few times. It was already amazing to be able to stimulate a dozen times. As for dozens of times, that was a legendary existence. In that case, what was Yi Xian's rampage 100 times? Perhaps it could only be described as a monster and a genius. Chapter 2201. Those who were originally treated as enemies by Yi Xian, or those who had revealed even the slightest bit of hostility towards Yi Xian, were all pushed to a corner. Even the people from the third hall were chased away. The reason was that Yi Xian wanted to rest in peace. In reality, wasn't it to exclude them? Then, how could they have the chance to make a move? Hey, Master Yi is awake. When Fian supported Yi Xian as they walked out, everyone bowed in unison. Yi Xian also smiled. However, when Yi Xian came to the Tower Master of 100 Buildings, suddenly, he saw the Tower Master of 100 Buildings kneeling in front of Yi Xian. Greetings to Master Yi. Today, I, 100 Buildings, swear on my divinity that I will follow Master Yi for life. I will never regret it. F***CK. It's this guy again, swearing on his divinity, and this time he wants to follow me. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. However, the system's notification made Yi Xian ecstatic. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 faith point. The faith function has been activated. The rebuilding of the faith system has been activated. He actually gained 1 faith point. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Although 1 faith point was useless, it was a good start after all. Quick! Get up! Get up! Tower Master of 100 Buildings is too polite. Yi Xian was so happy that he didn't care about the pain in his body. He quickly walked up and helped 100 Buildings up. Master Yi, you're finally awake. The corpses of the demonized fishmen that we killed are piling up like a mountain. If you didn't wake up, we wouldn't know what to do with them. Now, we've sent people to guard and wait for you to deal with them. At this time, another person walked over. Good news, one after another. The corpses of the demonized fishmen were piling up like a mountain. Didn't that mean that this time Yi Xian could happily level up again? Okay. I'll go over now. Yi Xian walked over with a bright smile on his face. Looking at the mountain of corpses of the demonized fishmen, Yi Xian was overjoyed. Devouring hand. With a wave of his hand, the corpses of the demonized fishmen were all devoured by Yi Xian. Ding! The host has broken through. Current upper 9th grade True God Realm. Ding! System notification. The host's experience lock of 3 levels detected. It is estimated to be unlocked in 1 month's time. Awesome! Haha! This is awesome! Yi Xian was overjoyed. On the surface, he'd directly advanced to the peak of the heavenly god realm, but there were still 3 levels of experience locked in. In other words, even if Yi Xian didn't do anything, he'd still be able to advance to the lower 3rd grade of the spirit god realm in a month. How could he not be awesome? Yi Xian's powerful recovery ability wasn't just for show. In just a few short hours, Yi Xian had completely recovered. At this moment, Yi Xian had already walked towards the bridgehead. Because of Yi Xian, the base camp was still in its original location. However, most of the ordinary disciples were guarding the bridgehead. Grandmaster Yi, you're here. Moonless walked up to Yi Xian respectfully. It was obvious that Pavilion Master Ling Xian's attitude towards Yi Xian had changed. Although he was still unwilling to submit completely, at least he didn't reject him like before. Haha! Yi Xian, you came at the right time. We were discussing how to attack this island. We've tried to attack this damned demonized Fishman Island several times, but we failed every time. There's no demon-slaying restriction on it, so those demonized fishmen can be resurrected indefinitely. It's very troublesome. Seeing Yi Xian, everyone didn't hide the reason they were gathered here. Yi Xian nodded, but his brows were tightly knitted. He wasn't willing to use his level to exchange for another demon-slaying restriction. Yi Xian remembered Yi Xian's miserable appearance clearly. Again, Yi Xian wasn't willing to do it no matter what. However, without the demon-slaying restriction, it was indeed a little troublesome. It was almost impossible for him to rush over. Of course, the demonized fishmen couldn't rush over. However, they couldn't just stay in this stalemate forever. They had to find a way to destroy those demonized fishmen. Yi Xian fell into deep thought. What should he do to break through that place? System, do you have any suggestions? It was good that the system was more humane. Ding! System notification. There are currently 2 reasonable choices for the host to consider. 2? This made Yi Xian quite surprised. Ding! First choice, the host has enough resources to exchange for a permanent right to use the demon-slaying restriction. The host can choose to bring people over and then set up the demon-slaying restriction, advancing step by step. Ding! Second choice, the host can exchange for a special treasure, the demon-slaying talisman. This treasure has the same effect as the demon-slaying restriction, but it can be carried around and can effectively seal a single target. Demon-slaying talisman. However, his resources were actually enough to exchange for the demon-slaying restriction. It seemed that his harvest this time was quite good. Both choices required Yi Xian to exchange for them. However, which one was he going to choose? Could be said that Yi Xian could only choose one out of the 2 choices. The advantages and disadvantages of these 2 choices were very obvious. If he exchanged for a permanent demon-slaying restriction, Yi Xian could advance step by step. However, one could imagine that the demon-slaying restriction wasn't cheap. The demon-slaying talisman was much cheaper. Moreover, it could be used repeatedly. As long as Yi Xian devoured those demonized fishmen corpses, the demon-slaying talisman could be used again. It could be considered an effective use, and it would save a lot of money. Of course, correspondingly, there was a lot of risk. After all, if he couldn't use the demon-sealing talisman to seal the corpses of the demonized fishmen in time, then the demonic qi would quickly revive them. However, after thinking for a while, Yi Xian still decided to use the demon-slaying talisman. To be honest, Yi Xian's consumption of resources was very frightening. Previously, Yi Xian had suffered from a lack of resources. Coupled with the mirror image mystique, Yi Xian couldn't use it until now. Wasn't it also because of a lack of resources? Therefore, it was better to save as many resources as possible. System, then, let's choose the second option. How many demon-slaying talismans can I exchange for? Ding! System notification, the host can exchange for 500 demon-slaying talismans. 500? There was no need for so many. 100 would be enough for now. As long as Yi Xian dealt with the demonized fishmen corpses in time, 100 would definitely be enough. System, can I ask how many resources I need to exchange for a permanent demon-slaying restriction? Ding! System notification, if the host wants to exchange for a permanent demon-slaying restriction, then the host will need to use up 3 levels locked on by the host and all of the host's resources. As expected, he knew that a permanent demon-slaying restriction wouldn't be so cheap. Alright, system, I want to exchange for 100 demon-slaying talismans. It should be enough for now. Ding! Exchange successful. Of course, even if Yi Xian exchanged for it, he couldn't take it out immediately. If he took it out now, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Chapter 2202. Everyone, take a break for the next few days. I'll refine some Dharma treasures for you. Yi Xian said to everyone. Everyone smiled at Yi Xian. Alright, then we'll have to trouble you, Grandmaster Yi. Actually, exchanging for a Devil Slayer talisman from the system was just a matter of a blink of an eye. Moreover, the Devil Slayer talisman was already in Yi Xian's hands. However, to avoid suspicion, Yi Xian could only wait a few days before taking it out. Yi Xian spent the next few days alone in his room. Naturally, no one disturbed him because everyone knew that Yi Xian was using some secret item to restrain the demonic aura. However, everyone was still a bit curious. They didn't know what Yi Xian would do. After about 3 days, Yi Xian finally walked out again. Yi Xian said to everyone with an embarrassed expression, everyone, I don't have enough resources on hand, so I can only give you 100 Devil Slayer talismans. The Devil Slayer talisman is very simple to use. After you kill the demonized murlocs, immediately activate the Devil Slayer talisman. It will automatically form a small restriction around the murlocs' corpses. Then I'll deal with the corpses immediately. After that, you can continue using the Devil Slayer talisman. Yi Xian's words were simple and clear. Everyone nodded in understanding. After selecting 100 elite disciples, a new wave of attacks began again. Yi Xian keenly sensed that his master was looking at him with a different meaning. He knew that he had swallowed his master's interspatial ring. If his master asked him for it now, he wouldn't be able to take it out. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally didn't dare to look at his master as he left with the group. What should I do? Master will ask me for the interspatial ring sooner or later. After all, that's all the treasures of the 5th palace. It seems that I have to think of a way to get some resources. Although I can't find the same thing as before, at least I have something to answer to. Yi Xian thought to himself as he walked. However, Yi Xian really could not find any good treasures or resources on this demonized Fishman Island. It was impossible for the demonized murlocs to have an interspatial ring. Naturally, they would not have any resources. The demonized humans did have interspatial rings, but they would be taken away by others. As for the interspatial rings of the dead, Yi Xian was too embarrassed to pick them up. For a moment, Yi Xian couldn't think of a good idea. Helpless, he could only leave it be for the time being. With the help of the Evil Slayer talisman, the group quickly seized the bridgehead. After Yi Xian set up an invincible restriction here, it became their temporary camp. Once they entered the demonized Fishman Island, the rest would be much simpler. They only needed to follow the rhythm and clear out the demonized Fishman Island step by step. The battle appeared to be exceptionally smooth. It even made people think that as long as everyone was given enough time, they would be able to eliminate the hidden danger of the demonized Fishman Island. Unfortunately, was it really that simple? Because they wanted to frame Yi Xian and cause Yi Xian to go on a rampage, they lost the beachhead that the demonized fishmen were guarding. This undoubtedly made some people feel uneasy. Now that the crowd had arrived, those people started a new scheme. Perhaps some people thought that as long as the bridge was broken, wouldn't that be the simplest solution? Unfortunately, they could think that way. However, since no one mentioned it, could it not prove that the bridge was not ordinary? Besides, their goal was to eliminate all the demonized fishmen and find the ancient sword intent. In that case, why would they want to destroy the bridge? If this continues, I'm afraid the demonized Fishman Island will really be destroyed by these people. That can't be allowed. Master's orders are to use the demonized Fishman Island to cause chaos in the 100 territories. Therefore, the demonized Fishman Island must leave. It was that guy in the heaven god realm. His cultivation was clearly the lowest, but no one dared to refute him when he spoke. Since that's the case, let's think of a way to release the demonized fishmen. Isn't that enough? The elder from the 3rd hall said respectfully. Nonsense. I want you to think of a way to release the demonized fishmen. There are special restrictions set up around the demonized Fishman Island. The only way to release the demonized fishmen is through this bridge. However, the Allied forces are guarding the bridge, and that damnable Yi Xian has set up a powerful restriction here. This makes it impossible for the demonized fishmen to escape. What should we do? Do you think it's possible to succeed if we can directly enrage the ancient sword intent? Directly enrage the ancient sword intent. As soon as this suggestion was made, everyone's eyes turned to the person who spoke, because they all found the possibility of this idea. Continue. That guy in the heaven god realm looked at the person who spoke and said, Yes, everyone knows that the ancient sword intent has a physical body after fusing with the divine beast. Moreover, it already has a certain level of intelligence and its combat strength is incomparably powerful. Can be said that if the ancient sword intent directly attacks, I'm afraid no one here can stop it. Then we just need to draw out the ancient sword intent. These people looked at each other and felt that this idea might work. Once they had a plan, they quickly came up with a plan to enrage the ancient sword intent. On this day, Yi Xian followed behind everyone and continued to advance as usual. His goal was very clear, and that was to kill as many demonized fishmen as possible. Yi Xian remembered that the first time he came here, the number of demonized fishmen on the island was very limited. The second time he came here, they already occupied the majority. However, this time, Yi Xian discovered that there were only demonized fishmen on the entire island. The number was extremely large. Moreover, these demonized fishermen's strength increased so quickly that it could be said that they did not even need to cultivate. Someone had done an experiment and captured a demonized fishman alive. At first, they just wanted to see what was so special about these demonized fishmen. However, they found out that these demonized fishmen could automatically increase their cultivation level. When they first caught it, it was only a lower level 3 true god. However, after a few days of imprisonment, it had already increased to a lower level for true god. Could be said that this was even more satisfying than Yi Xian's leveling up. Yi Xian needed to devour before he could level up. In the end, the demonized fishmen did not even need to devour and leveled up just like that. The root of all this was still unknown until now. However, if this method could be used on the human race, it was simply unimaginable. Therefore, these few days, even when they were fighting, everyone was filled with enthusiasm.